Good evening, everyone. This is Thursday, April 17th, 2025. This is a special Fraser City Council meeting, and I'm calling it to order at 6:13 p.m. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you much. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baranski is absent. Mayor Lesich.
Present.
Councilmember Odell. There it is. Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Shornack.
Present.
Councilmember Stein.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland. That is a quorum, sir.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Baranski. She's, okay. Motion by Mayor Lesich, second by Councilmember Shornack to excuse Councilmember Baranski from tonight's special meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 4, approval of the agenda. Would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland, seconded by Councilmember Stein to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Let's see. I think I have the wrong agenda, so does we have the special meeting agenda? So I can read the language. So I state it correctly.
I have citizen participation next to you.
I can find it on my phone. Let's see. This one, yeah. Okay, this is the one. All right, item number 6, closed session. I would like to make a motion to go into closed session for connection. Let me start over. I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for negotiations of a collective bargaining agreement under the Michigan Open Meeting Act.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mayor Lesich, second by Councilmember Shornack. Roll call, please.
Baranski is absent. Mayor Lesich.
Yes.
Odell.
Yes.
Perry.
Yes.
Shornack.
Yes.
Stein.
Yes.
Sutherland.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We will go into closed session at 6:16 p.m. Good evening, everyone. It's now 7:33 PM. The council has come out of closed session. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Stein, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland to adjourn the special meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned. All right, it is now 7:34 PM. I'm calling to order the budget meeting for, what is this, April 17th, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baranski is absent. Mayor Lesich.
Present.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Shornack.
Present.
Councilmember Stein.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
Present.
That is a quorum, sir.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Baranski. She is not here tonight. Okay, motion by Mayor Lesich, seconded by Councilmember Shornack to excuse Member Baranski tonight. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 4, approval of agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda as stated.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Stein, seconded by Councilmember Odell to approve the agenda for the budget workshop Thursday, April 17th, 2025. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5, citizen participation on agenda items. This is the moment in the meeting, if you can't be here through the entire meeting or to that part that you're interested in, you can speak right now. If there's anyone here, seeing none, we will move on from that. Item number 6, we do not have a consent agenda tonight, is that correct?
No.
All right, we'll move on to item number 1. 1A, new business, discussion of proposed fiscal year 25-2026 budget. City Manager Levin.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. This is an opportunity for council to take a little in-depth review of the budget. We've got the department heads here so that when we get to their section in the budget, we have an opportunity to have some discussion about the requests that they have in their budgets. We're going to do this similar to how we did it last year, start with the general fund. We're going to set aside the public safety and Department of Public Works, any of those department items, and save those for after completing the rest of the general fund. That way we can get through the bulk of it, hopefully, relatively quickly before we address both of those departments. So first of all, I'd just like to start with the general.
Hold on, are we on TV? Are we on?
I can't get word. It's telling me to download word.
Okay, I just want to make sure. That's usually what happens when we're not.
All right, so first of all, we will talk about the revenues for the general fund. You have the information before you. There are really no significant changes with the fund in general. We are maintaining, or at least the recommended budget, I'm maintaining the public safety millage at 1.5 mils. Just to also point out, the transfer out for motor pool and self-insurance has moved to 101,966. Not sure if you have any particular questions about this. I know that we will have some changes out of this, and we'll be bringing back a next draft budget at a future date.
Okay. Any questions from council? All right, move on. Carry forward.
Right. For the city council budget, don't have any significant changes for that as well. Last year, we did increase the conference budget and have seen some utilization of that.
And anyone has anything, just hit your light, or whatever. Seeing nothing, move on. Just keep going until we stop you. How's
Sure,
that?
absolutely. Okay. Moving on to the city manager budget. This is where we start to get into the different departments. One of the things that I just want to point out is, as I mentioned at previous meetings, for the non-union employees, these recommended budgets do have incorporated a 2.5% increase. Under the city manager budget, We are reallocating all of the costs for medical provider services to the HR department. If you recall, last year, we created an HR budget and have realized that there are several things that it makes a little bit more sense to keep track of collectively in that budget. For finance, we do have Angeli here to address this. Let's see. I'll let Angeli answer any questions that you guys might have about this. As far as any of the salaries, wages, that's something we're certainly going to be taking a deeper dive into when we come back with a second draft budget.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Hello, good evening. I just want to make sure we're covering the new payroll, full-time payroll clerks in here.
Yes.
Any other changes that you foresee this year?
Not really. They are pretty similar than last year. No change in the payroll side and the operating expenses, training, anything, nothing big change in this side.
If you will recall, we did recently make a wage change for Angeli. We need to take a look at that and likely amend that wage line item.
Councilmember Odell.
I got a question, and without going through specific names or anything, with salaries, I noticed a big disparage.
Microphone.
Sorry.
It's coming for you.
With salaries in total wages, I have some questions on different, similar positions that have different fringe benefits that are, in some cases, double from the same type of employee, total fringe benefits. Like a PSO might have 25,000 with one PSO and 40,000 with another. Can you speak to why there would be such a disparity in fringe benefits between PSOs or DPW or things like that? Because it looks like there is some way out of kilter.
So not specifically finance like PSO and DPW? Like you're looking that one?
You're talking about the wages spreadsheet and the
Correct.
fringes, so
Regular
like the healthcare
wages,
benefits.
total wages, and then it says total fringes.
Yep, so for that, some people take the healthcare benefits, some people are single, some people are families, some people take a buyout instead of the insurance options. That accounts for a good amount of the largest fluctuations between them.
Yeah. So specifically, if someone is taking the city, a part of the city health insurance, so we have to pay, actually, it will make the 25,000, something, approximately the family one. If they opt out, then we are only paying $450 per month for the family and $350 is a single. So it will be 5,000, 6,000, depend. So main difference benefit if they are taking city health or not. So it will make 20,000 difference.
So how much, for what? I'm sorry.
Health insurance from the city.
Okay. But we're not paying, if they don't get health insurance, we're not giving them 20,000 extra.
We are not giving, but it is kind of benefit for them because city is paying for that. So
We
it is
do-
like employer cost.
We do give a payment in lieu of healthcare benefits of what, $450 for a family, $350 for single.
Yes, if they opt out. So that's make the big difference. It is not about PSO or Surgeon or any other. It is based on what they choose. So if they choose to take the city health, then it is more cost for the city.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I recall having single employees that cost $400 a month. This is a long time ago. And families would cost $1,200
Right.
easily. That just skyrockets. So.
Yes. Yeah, that's the main difference.
So the payment in lieu, if someone gets a payment in lieu of healthcare, that's actually saving the city money.
Yes,
Yes.
it is saving the city money.
Okay. You have any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Just a question on here, and maybe it's a movement on 101-212-704.
Yes.
Went from 164-378 in this year's budget to 123.
I think it is showing in the second, the part-time, the 42, the total will be the same.
Okay, so that changed.
Yes.
Well, that's 41,000, but it only goes up by 25, so, but that's where most of that moved to?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think should go to the full-time employee, the total cost 160,000 because we don't have any part-time. It's just like the.
So will you change that for the final budget, or?
Yeah, we can change that, yep, yep. The total will match, but yeah, we have 4 full-time employee now.
Yeah, we don't have any part-time.
We had, yeah, right.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Last call on finance. Okay, going. Clerk?
Hi.
Hi. Tell us, whoever.
Well, are they aware of the Cindy situation?
They are?
Are they?
Yes.
They are?
You know that Cindy is leaving again.
Oh, retiring?
Yeah, well, sort of. So we are in the process of, she's leaving, her last day will be in June. Okay, she has, this year we did not hire a temporary election worker because we had it, with the three of us in an office, we did a really good job. She's willing to come back and be that temporary election worker in October, which is nice, just for the busy work. So we can still have her around a little bit. So that's pretty cool. But we do budget to have to bring in a deputy clerk. We don't really know. I'm actively sussing out people that are willing to work part-time. It's not as easy for this job. But I think we have some people in mind that we're going to work on. So that's one thing that is kind of like in flux there. Otherwise, we're budgeting for 2 elections, even though we only plan on having 1, because you never know if someone's going to pull something for August for a county millage or anything like that. We get reimbursed for them, but we got to put the money up front. So we do account for some cost savings with the less precincts now. And otherwise, I think we boosted up the training budget, assuming that for conferences and trainings, assuming that we're going to go to more of those if we have a new person.
Okay. In terms of a deputy clerk, is that different than we used to have a person working in the clerk's office that wasn't a deputy clerk, and she was part-time and making low. I don't know, what's the wage range for a deputy clerk?
Well, it depends on if we can get someone to work part-time. Then it's going to be, what did we decide that the hourly was going to be? I don't remember having that conversation yet, specifically. Yeah.
You give me a range? I mean, is it $15 or is it $50?
It'd be more like, 20 to 25.
Okay, so it's somewhere in the
Yeah.
mid-20s?
Yeah, for someone working part-time, yeah. If they're working full-time, it's a whole different skill set. It's someone who's probably been working and,
Yes.
it's different attitude.
And that would include FICA, Medicare, but not health care.
Right.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
So we have Cindy right now acting as the deputy clerk. Prior to that, though, have we had a deputy clerk before that? Wasn't it just Cindy for years?
No, Mary was the deputy clerk.
Okay. So was Mary wearing 2 hats?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. 1.75 hats.
Okay, and why is that not a sustainable model if Mary's being compensated for wearing the additional 0.75 hat?
Well, now she's gone back to everything she was supposed to be doing.
We had a shortfall in
Yeah, there
the
was a
manager's department whenever elections were going on. I pretty much had to do everything for the department.
So I guess I'm just going to lay out fundamentally where my line of questioning is coming from, because it's probably not going to be just you, like other department heads are going to hear it as well, is prior to me being on council, I mean, I still lived in the city, and I remember a lot of tough decisions having to be made, and budgets being slashed, PSOs being laid off, all of these different things that happen. And what I've seen since I've been on this council is we are slowly creeping up on adding to headcount. And it just really makes me nervous if we can find another way to make it work. Like, so we have early elections now. We have absentee voting has increased. So it's like, do we actually need to have another 0.5 FTE in this role? Or is there another way that we can, during the busy season, maybe, have overtime, which would be less than having a part-time person year-round, right? Just another way to look at this so that we are not continually adding headcount, because, we've been looking at these budgets, we've been looking at, everything that's happening and everything going up, and I don't know that it financially makes sense to have a 0.5 body in that seat if we can think of another way to resolve it, especially when election busy time, it's obviously based on seasonality.
Oh, right now, we're looking at the part-time option, I think is if we can get that to work, it's my preferred model. I've worked in situations where it was me and one other person, and I will take my sanity over the overtime, to be honest with you. It's tough when it gets tough, so.
And prior to Mary, we had a part-time person working with the city clerk as well. So there's always been 1.5. Wasn't, I mean.
At least, yes.
Yes, at least. And then I know there's a member of the audience here that would spend a lot of time a couple of years ago working on the qualified voter file, and so.
But that's what I'm kind of wondering. Is there some sort of like temp stopgap solution that we can have during the busy times so that we don't have to employ this half a person all year round? Like, what are they going to be doing not during the busy times? And again, especially considering there is less, I would assume, I don't know because you're the expert and I have no doubt in your expertise, but there is less manual effort that goes into elections now.
There's still all the planning, still all the organization. AV ballots are busy work every day. They're busy, busy work. I hope, I would only want really a part-time deputy that could work a flexible schedule. That would work best for me. I don't think I need a full-time deputy. I don't know that I have the work for a full-time deputy. Until you get to election season, and then Cindy was here 4 days a week, because you need it, but otherwise she's here 2, and that was fine. And, if I can find that person, I'll be thrilled. Someone that can cover a meeting if I go on vacation, that can come and do the meetings, things like that.
Is this part-time person, are they union?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is not.
One thing to take into consideration is that there is some very extensive training that is required as part of the job, and it's ongoing training. And to have a temp person that, say, we would bring in from a temp agency just to help out with elections.
I don't even necessarily mean from a temp agency, but I mean like even some kind of floater capacity. I mean something. I don't know. That's why I'm asking these questions, to try to learn so that when, residents are saying, my streets aren't still fixed, I fell into a pothole, and we're hiring part-time people, then I can give a good answer as to why.
If we're hiring a part-time person because a full-time person, I don't think I could put to work enough.
Right, but then.
But I need to have the help there when I need it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm trying to get to. Is there another way to get you the help when you need it? You don't have to answer me right now. This is not, I'm just,
Yeah.
this is the time.
I understand.
To ask questions.
I understand.
I was going to ask something else too. Oh, the training. So for the training budget, is there required training for yourself or a deputy? in order to
Absolutely.
maintain-
We got to have so many points to keep up election certification and keep our, Michigan certified clerk status and stuff like that.
And is it a mix of required training and, I don't want to say elective training, but
Everything is technically elective training, but it's best practices to get all the best practices. And that's what our training is.
well, and the reason why I ask that is because, is it a training where you could go and then you could teach, it's kind of like a teach the teacher?
Some of it is, some of it isn't.
Okay.
Some of it, you have to go and get your class points and accrue your points for being there, and then you get your certification. I don't expect that if I'm going to recruit someone to come work here with me, and it's not a full-time job, I'm not going to get a very experienced, already trained person. I can't poach a full-time deputy out of somewhere, or a full-time elections director even, to come be my deputy at a part-time rate. That's not going to work. So I do plan to send some people to the trainings. A lot of it's online right now, but not all of it.
I guess I just want to make sure that when we can execute that cost savings, where it's not required that other individual has to go to training, that we would do that if we can. Because then the other thing that I worry about is, because if it is hard to hire and retain someone in a part-time role, they come in, we spend all this money on training, and then they're like, part-time isn't working for me anymore, and they go be a full-time deputy clerk.
That is absolutely what happens.
And then then we're back in the same boat every year. So I would like to see maybe conversations of how we can solve for that long-term, or other options than just throwing a half of a person at it. The top half. Just for you. Okay. All right, that was all. Thank you.
I do have two other questions. One is, you mentioned the Communication Association. Hold on,
Yes.
Hold on, my mother's calling me. I answered my mother. She hung up. Can you text my mother and find out what she wants?
You, person in the audience.
Person in the audience, anybody, I'll give her your number. We reallocated the communications associate to the clerk's department, that increased that budget. Subscriptions and publications went from 11,000 to 60,000.
So all publications are now going to be under that line item for everything.
Okay.
And it's just, that's how it works.
Publications, can you describe?
Paper, things you have to put, notices you put in the paper. You know, some of these we do recover costs on with fees, but that's everything that I have to publish, everything the planning commission, this group, the budget publications.
Okay.
Police auctions, all kinds of stuff, you know.
Okay, so if we had planning commission or zoning board of appeal, we would do a cross-charge between the building department and.
It all comes out of that line item now.
Okay, thank you. That explains it.
Great question. I
Simple
forgot that's
answer,
an
thank
inflated, number from last year.
All right, any other questions on clerk? Let's go to IT.
All right, for IT, certainly we utilize VC3 for our services. That is a professional contractual services cost that we have to bear. A lot of that includes all of the services that we have for our computers, office. It also includes our BSNA services. One thing that we do have to do, we have a number of computers that are operating an older version of Windows, so they are not going to be supported anymore with security patches. We need to upgrade those. We also have several computers that we're going to need to upgrade as well. That's incorporated into that cost. As mentioned previously, the communications associate has been moved to the clerk's department. Our new employee, Shane, reports directly to August. And then also looking to get some council chambers AV upgrades. This is something that Ed has had on his list for a number of months, if not a
If
year.
not since I got here, yes.
So working to get that into the budget to make some upgrades here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
What are the benefits of the AV upgrades? Like what? I mean, I know this is old, but I just want to know what the upgrades consist of.
Oh, jeez, I don't have Ed's running list. Maybe I do. Maybe I do.
I have it, yeah.
Might have Ed's list here.
So it's a number of things, mostly from the technical perspective in the.
Soundboards and whatever.
It's a whole lot of small things that are going, like, it's like these cords in the floor and finding ways to avoid that. And I have the whole list here. I can send it down to you, or I can email it to all of you if you want to see it.
Please do.
It's, ignore the prices that are on here, because I don't think those are accurate. I think it's a little bit cheaper than what's on here, but, yeah, I can definitely forward this list to you. It was, the wish list that he's been asking for years, and, we're gonna get some things upgraded, like, I get one of those now, things like that, so.
We're going to get you a real microphone this year?
I mean, this one's real enough, it works, but
Well, it works about half.
it's a karaoke.
It'll get moved over there.
Yeah, it'll get moved over there, exactly. Right, things like that are on here.
2 microphones for the table.
Yeah, we've been talking about them, I think.
Rechargeable batteries for this, so we don't have to change the batteries every 3 meetings, things like that.
What's really interesting is that some of this stuff came from the old City Hall. This little light box came from old City Hall. Any other questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
That's on my
Not right now.
to-do list.
We have VC3 currently doing our support.
Correct.
Do we have a contract with them, and does it renew every year, or how does that work?
I would have to look at the contract terms.
Okay, could you look at that and get back with us on? And are we satisfied with VC3 services at this time?
So I have been working with them and meeting on a monthly basis to go over all of the issues that we have, trying to help them be a better service provider. And I have gotten some favorable reports from other departments, and we certainly still have some issues. I know that they continue to have some issues with staffing. I don't think we are going to find any firm that is perfect, but they have improved from when they were originally taken over, joined with VC3. Prior to that, they were IT Right.
Right. Yeah, they seem to have done somewhat better in the last couple of years. You mentioned a while back about BSNA.net, or not .net, cloud,
The cloud-based.
the cloud-based one. Is there any movement on that? Or are we thinking to do
So-
it in a year, 2 years, 3 years?
I would say probably the next budget year, considering it, so they are,
The one where Talking about now or
No,
a year
no,
from now?
A year from now.
Okay.
It sounds like they're probably going to continue supporting BSNA.net, which is the software desktop-based version, for at least another 3 years. There are a lot of people that are testing it right now. They've been working some of the bugs out. I've heard good, I've heard bad. It is getting a little bit better. So the cloud-based version is about 3 times what we are spending now. So that's the unfortunate thing. It might be an opportunity to take a look and see if there is something else out there. The only problem with that is that the learning curve would be astronomical for so many people.
Councilmember Odell.
Just with the BSA, I work for the county, I know Warren went to it. And it's
Microphone.
Just leave it.
I know, sorry. Yeah, with the BSA online, I know Warren went to it, and with the county and Warren working together, it's been all sorts of problems on the rollout from what I've heard. So, I mean, my goal would not be to jump into it right away, to let those bugs get worked out and then maybe add it on near the last possible time, just as long as there's not a price differential, which I assume pretty much the whole county uses BSNA. So, but I've heard there's a lot of bugs with it right now, and a lot more issues where it's costing more to try to get things working than it is the savings to switch over. But I know that's where they're going, and they kind of have a monopoly on everything. So, thank you.
They do have a virtual monopoly in the state. And I don't know, I haven't worked with any clients that are using the the cloud version yet. At 3 times the price, I'm in no hurry to switch before we have to.
Let Warren work that out.
Any other, let's see, what is SBITA?
Subscription-based IT.
Okay.
So these are the things like our cloud-based software that we have.
Like Microsoft Office?
Microsoft Clemis, all these subscription-based things where you are hooked for life, unfortunately.
Pretty much. Okay, any other questions on IT? All right, let's move to assessing.
Assessing, unfortunately, Deb was not able to be here tonight. Obviously, we're up against a holiday weekend here, so we've had some scheduling issues with people. There isn't anything significant that has changed with assessing at all. The only thing is that the contract with their firm is up 3%. We're in the second of a 3-year contract with them.
Okay. Thank you. Buildings and grounds.
All right, we're going to pass that by for now.
Okay.
And we'll come back to that when we get to DPW.
All right.
Legal, no changes there. We likely are going to have a budget amendment this year dealing with some of the issues for the contract negotiations. So I just wanted to apprise you of that because next year we're not going to have as many contract negotiations. The numbers should still be good, and it's consistent with what we have paid in the past. All right,
Any questions?
Human resources. As I mentioned earlier, we're moving all of the medical provider services to this department. The only staff that we have in human resources is a part-time person. No other changes to that department. As far as the district court, not really a significant change in their budget. They do have some changes in laws that are increasing some of their costs, along with just general increases in the cost of doing business. They are going to have some increasing interpreter fees and also requiring some additional mailers that will drive up the cost for their budget.
Okay. Councilmember Odell.
I got a question just in general for district court. So we share it with Roseville, but Roseville makes most of the hiring decisions over there, correct? Do we have any say in hiring practices or what's offered? I mean, what's the arrangement? Because I mean, we're expected to pay the bill whatever they come up with, whether it's Roseville or what the court decides. But do we have any negotiating with them whatsoever on, yeah, we're going to approve this or no, we're not?
So the chief judge is the one that runs the court. Fortunately, I did hear from our labor attorney that she is interested in bringing us to the table and participating in the labor negotiations.
Okay. Because I think if we should have a little bit of say into it and not just defer everything to Roseville with that for costs that affect our community. So,
And I believe at the state level, they are looking to make some changes on how courts are funded, which could wind up affecting things dramatically.
thank you. Okay.
Next.
All right, we're going to skip over public safety and go to, just quickly, communications dispatch. This is just our Sarisa contract, and that's just a contractual payment for them.
So what's up for, 80,000 this year?
Yep.
Do we anticipate that to continue like that?
I don't have any projections beyond the next fiscal year.
Okay. When would we get the next fiscal year?
I'm sorry,
When would we get the next fiscal year projections on that?
I'm talking about the one after this recommended. So the recommended, what they provided to us was 440,000.
Okay. And then we don't have anything beyond that year?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, we will skip over Department of Public Works. Street lighting, just quickly, I know Rob is working with DTE to try and get the cost lower for street lighting. We'll get to DPW if you have any questions regarding that. I'm sure he'll be able to help you with that. Moving on to Senior Activity Center, we've got some purchases that we would like to make for Senior Activity Center. The equipment that they used to have there, or I don't know if they have had gym equipment there before, or if it's a totally new thing. Okay. So looking to get some exercise equipment over at the Senior Activity Center. Between the Senior Activity Center and Recreation, we've talked previous meetings about working on building the staffing up, looking to add between the two a full-time person. So that would complement the current recreation coordinator and 2 part-time people, along with the smart bus driver. Just to give you a little bit of idea about numbers, because I know, Dana, you had asked about what would it look like if we scaled the department back. So what we have in the budget with the positions I spoke about totals about 360,000 between the two, so Senior Activity Center and Recreation. Looking at going to a minimum where you have the main 3 events of the year, and Senior Activity Center, it would be a full-time person, a part-time person, and then our 2 bus drivers. That would be about 230,000 a year.
If we cut it back that much, why do we need a full-time person and a part-time person?
Coverage. So
For just to keep the doors open at the senior center?
that, and also here at City Hall, so we've got the pavilion rentals that we need to deal with, and then also certainly working on scheduling all the events and getting everything lined up for that.
That math isn't mathing for me.
Otherwise, it'd be like 3 part-time people. I don't think that there's any way that you could run the Senior Activity Center with just 2 part-time people, unless you scale back the hours. So there is that option.
And then what about the partnership with Rare? Is there any?
So I know that we have talked to Rare about partnership. I don't know if you're prepared to address that, Chris?
I haven't looked in how much it would cost to partner with Rare yet. However, we have been working with Rare more as far as different programming, and we recently, Tony Lipinski and I, worked together to bring volleyball, a co-ed volleyball, and a basketball league, and to be able to use Fraser schools, something we haven't been able to use in a long time. We partnered with Fraser schools for that program, and basically Fraser residents were able to join Rare in the discount and also run or be a part of their program.
Is it a discount or a resident rate?
Resident rate compared to non-residents rate. So we're, obviously, that was just the start of just partnering with them as far as some of the programs. Just to get us in the door, we presented before the school board, and they voted unanimously for it. So we are trying to use Fraser Schools more often so that we have a place to go, because obviously, as we know right now, we don't have a facility, any indoor facility for it, so.
Question. And I'll get to Mr. Odell and Ms. Shornick. Are we renting the gym from the schools? Is that how, is it, do we?
They're not charging us to be able to use it. So basically, they'll use our schools for some practices, and we'll use their schools for games for those programs.
All right. Councilmember Odell, you were first.
I just actually visited Rare for their board meeting earlier this week and talked to them as talking to some preliminary looks of what we might be able to do, collaboration, things of that, just the opening discussions, basically. They are going to meet with their board, and possibly we could set up a subcommittee down the road. It's nothing permanent, to just see what that could possibly look like, because there is interest in both sides. They would love to have senior programming, to be able to utilize our senior center to expand some of their programming. So it might be a mutual use type of situation, but very, very early discussions, nothing set in stone. Just let's see what's out there. Let's see what we come up with so we can bring it back before council to see if there would be interest in that. But I know there is desire to do that and collaborate and expand those types of programs. It's just how that would look like, what that would cost, those types of details. We got to see what they'll be willing to do and what the buy-in would be and things of that nature, and what it would bring to the citizens. So just early discussions, literally just opened up with them, and we've talked in the past, and they think that there could be some ways to maybe fix our situation with our senior center to make it usable again for residents after hours, or got some ideas. So to look into that further based on their experience.
Is that all?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Shornick.
Well, I know the one time that we had spoken with Larry, no, Tony, that's it. To buy into Rare was literally, and they told us what it was going to be, it would be 1 mil. So based on, what is our mill right now, do we know? Ashley, what is 1 mil right now? Yeah.
No, 1 bill will be
No.
580,000.
How much do we bring
Is it-
in
okay.
for 1 mil? Around
About
650?
580 to 9, or 580 is, I believe. So.
For which one, sorry?
What is a mill equal to? What is the equal of each mill? Isn't it, I know it's over 500,000.
How much does 1 mil of property tax revenue bring in?
I don't
I think it's around 500 to 600.
Around
Okay.
580.
So I can't imagine that has changed. I understand that we want a more robust program, but you would have to, I'm going to say, put it to a vote of the people at that point, like the whole library situation. I would think that you would want to put it to a vote, because that's one whole mill that could be going to the things as Ms. Sutherland always says, streets, things that are way more important than adult volleyball or whatever, because you can find that online. There's so many things online right now to do any of those things. So as much as I wouldn't mind partnering with somebody, I think that's an exorbitant cost to do that. And I would say I would not feel comfortable as a council member making that decision for the citizens. I would say they can vote on it, because I know that I can't imagine that they've changed their mind. Rare in that. I can't imagine that they're like, oh, it's going to be less than that. Because at that time, too, they were talking about using our senior center. They were talking about possibly, getting in with the schools. It was the same conversation, and prices have only gone up. So I just think that's an exorbitant amount, so.
Can I respond?
Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland was
Sorry.
next.
Yep.
Okay.
So for what we're doing to currently partner with Rare, is there a cost associated with it for the volleyball and the basketball?
No.
We're just doing it to be good neighbors?
Good neighbors, and then to be able to use the Fraser schools as another location, because they have issues too with trying to use their schools and the certain amount of time that they get to use their schools. So we opened up our Fraser schools for them so that they have another location to kind of cover the programs.
Okay. And from a liability perspective for using the Fraser schools, is that something that's included in our current liability waivers? Was there anything else that we needed to do from a liability or insurance perspective to be able to hold recreation events on the school property?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that there was any other liability that we had to
When
fill
that
out.
passed down?
But typically, you get an additional carrier. I can't remember what the exact term is, but it's
Named insured.
Yeah, I think we just put it on,
yeah.
put on the insurance.
pretty much just a call to the insurance agent.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Councilmember Odell.
Just to respond to Ms. Shornack, yeah, we were talking about there's other possibilities on the table besides that. So that's why I say
Full
it's,
buy-in.
it's very, like I say, it's very early. I'm not saying that we're, making the decision right now, but something to come back to council and then decide if we want to proceed or if the value's there for the residents. If it's not, then it's not. But it's, I think, something that we should explore because we've pretty much had nothing for almost 5 years. So I know people want potholes fixed. I agree, but they also want programming. They also want other activities rather than going to other communities. So if we can find a good alternative to make that happen, I think it should be explored. So that's what we're doing, is just exploring at this point.
Okay. Thank you. I of course, I would like to see a recreation program. I think quality life programs are something people expect when they look to live in a community. Cost is an issue. In 2017, we spent about $800,000 on recreation, senior activity center building, and senior activity programs. This year's 372, something just south of 400. So and we're at a point where we have to do something. And we have to decide what we want to be instead of this kind of fluid situation where I think it was last week, you may have mentioned, not sure, is the idea of more events. People want to go to events, and how do we partner with outside companies to come in or food truck events or whatever and become somewhat of an event planner. Other communities have a beer tent and they'll have an art show or whatever. People are looking for that. The social district in St. Clair Shore is pretty popular thing. Not that we have the necessary density for that of bars and things like that, but people like to go to things like that, have a concert and enjoy themselves. So ideas are good, and some of those can be a charge event that we don't necessarily supplement with general fund dollars. So I don't have any answers, but I'm all in on thinking about it. Any other comments or questions by council? All right, next.
All right, next is planning and zoning. And as we mentioned earlier, those publication costs are moving to the clerk's department. Other than that, there's no significant changes to planning and zoning.
I have a question. Planning and zoning, both planning and ZBA members, do they get paid? But is that by statute, by state statute, or is that something we set? Because I don't believe they've had any pay change in a very long time. And I know,
I don't know that
Answer
one.
that question, but we can find it out.
I would like to find out. I think it's $25 that I got for being on the ZBA.
Yeah, I think it was less. We got paid per meeting. It was $15 or $20.
Well, of course, the ZBA does more hard work. I'm kidding. Why anybody get a call me from
I
the
got 50
25?
Recreation Commission.
I remember that, and that
Thought it was
was a weird,
lower.
that was a different one because we weren't supposed to be paid at all for recreation. That was part of the ordinance. Anyway, I would like to see how that goes, because I know they work pretty hard, just on the Sheets matter. They spent a lot, they had a whole public hearing, and they saw other things. They work regularly, and I'd like to see if this compensation can be changed at all.
Certainly.
We can't pay them $500 a month, but, if we can do something, I'd be interested in seeing what that is. Right now, it's $1,700 for planning for this year and $1,500 for ZBA. So, I don't have anything else on that. Professional contractual services, McKenna and planning, I assume? and legal? Is legal included in our legal budget, or is it in our planning budget?
It's mostly in legal. There aren't a lot of the legal things that specifically get charged to this account.
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Onto the building department, just a quick summary. Obviously, we've got Bob here to answer any questions you might have, but one of the things that we are recommending is the addition of a part-time building clerk and economic development. I know we've talked about economic development for a number of years as well. This is something that would help benefit the community. Certainly, we would need to work collaboratively to come up with a good description for the position and what our expectations are before we proceeded forward with anything to add that position. We've also obviously got a lot of the mechanic costs in here. We recently approved the contract. One thing to keep in mind is that for the most part, as the building permit fees increase and we get more revenue, the McKenna fee increases as well.
Now, inspection fees, do they get a percentage of the inspection fee? Okay, so when an inspection happens, they get a portion, there's not a...
Yep.
There's... Okay. Any questions?
Oh, I didn't press my button, but I wanted to,
I thought you might have questions.
some point, talk about the fee schedule that we charge.
That's not right.
I,
We'll get to the fee schedule at
Yeah, I
the
jumped
May
the gun,
meeting,
right?
hopefully.
No, this is a workshop, that's why we're here. Councilmember Shornack.
So just out of curiosity, for the LED Schoolcraft serial storm improvements, is that stuff, Bob, that we already allocated out of grant money? Or is that like literal budget money?
We're not at that point. This is the building department?
I thought we were done with building department.
No,
Okay, fine.
we're not. We're going to get there. That's DPW.
It's right there.
Yeah, I'm aware it's DPW. I just thought we were done with, Bob. Sorry. I don't decide, but I thought we were done with you, but go ahead.
I think I'd like to see Bob answer that question.
Good luck with that. I'll save that question.
Okay, anything you want to add, Bob, while you're here? Can you say your name so at least we're on the record tonight?
Bob Logan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the building department? Stick around, we may have some, you know.
Okay.
All right,
All right, one item that I do want to mention in recreation is for fireworks. We do have budgeted in there $25,000. I know that we've talked about that in the past. Certainly, that is not something that is going to be absolute until it's approved by council. You could approve the budget, and when it eventually comes to you, the amount could be negotiable.
when? Like, now, when we approve the budget for 25, when do we approve the contract for that we already approved that?
So that's approving the cost of the fireworks. So as I said, I know we've kind of had an issue with that in the past. I don't know how everyone feels.
Maybe they won't cost as much this year since we're having it a month later. It'll be like the off-season and we'll get a discount. We'll get a BOGO or something.
You're an
I
optimist.
don't think we have.
Or maybe nothing will
the
be allowed over from China.
contract terms.
They all come from
We
China.
won't have it at all.
100%.
Fireworks
Have them
tariffs.
at all.
Yes.
Yeah, with the tariffs, probably.
Yeah, with the tariffs.
Guess
So,
what?
no
That went to
fireworks
50,000 now, y'all.
There you go.
I hope you like your doggone fireworks.
So last year, we did 25,000. I put that budget into the firework company for another $25,000 firework display. And what I have right now is that it's going to be more fireworks for the money. So obviously, prices have gone down a little bit for it. So we'd still have the same price that we did last year, but for more fireworks. And they're going to be sending me the contract for it. So that's where we stand with the fireworks.
When would you get the contract? When do you expect?
Hopefully this week.
Okay. So we'd be dealing with it in May, most likely? Okay. Anything else on recreation? All right.
Thank you.
Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
I just wanted to say really quick that until we have maybe a more solid footing on a partnership with Rare, or we see an actual viable, concrete recreation plan, I have a visceral reaction to adding another recreation clerk. Because I just don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze at this time. And I haven't seen anything that would lead me to believe that that will change anytime soon. So I think we should explore other avenues before adding headcount. That's all.
Thank you very much. Park maintenance, we're going to wait for
Yep,
DPW.
yep, we're going to wait for that. Historical Commission, obviously, we've got the Baumgartner House 150th anniversary this year, so did propose bumping up the budget for them. Several years ago, we wound up taking over a lot of the budget because the fact is that it is our property, we own it, we need to maintain it. We really do not have to put that responsibility on the Historical Commission. They do a lot of great work, but they don't need to be worrying about paying for a broken door handle or locks that need to be replaced. That's something that we really need to make sure that we have a functional, usable building for them. So that's why we moved that. But certainly upping the budget this year for that anniversary. Pretty exciting.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What are they looking for? Or is this just
Nothing specific, but
extra money to help them with the 150?
I can actually answer that.
Do you know what they're looking for?
Well, they are planning a bunch of events on that day.
Right.
So like they're going to have corn husking. I don't know what that, I mean, I do know what it is, but I don't know what it is. So they're going to have a machine there. Then they're going to, they're talking about making like the husk dolls. They're going to have people in character walking around demonstrating what it was like to live at that time
I saw all
period.
the events. I guess what I'm
Yeah.
looking for more is like, do we have a dollar amount, or can we get a dollar amount for them where they're like, because I could be sitting here thinking like, oh, $5,000 is what they want, when they're maybe thinking 500. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we could say, oh, we're going to give you 500,
Well-
they might say, oh my gosh, thank you so much.
At the last meeting, they are asking for sponsors. So they're trying to raise some of that money on their own.
Right.
If we said $5,000, they would probably be over the moon because they are trying to get banners. I'm waiting on numbers on how much the banners are for like the ones, you know, on downtown that are sitting up there because they want to have the banners up there too. That's the 150th anniversary of the Baumgartner House. So stuff like that. They want to really celebrate it and have a big banner out in front. Along with, like I said, so I think their end goal is to raise like $5,000 between sponsorships and everything like that to really make it a robust celebration. So,
I mean, couldn't we do something like what we do with other things where it's a match up to,
I
amount
think
of
that they
money?
would be over the moon if we did that.
because I mean, they work really hard.
do. They work
every year. They were
extremely
buying their
hard.
own toilet paper right after COVID. So
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think so too. But I would like a number.
Yeah,
on that.
well, I can tell you that they were talking about a budget of about $5,000 for the celebration. So if we even met them halfway,
Like 2,500.
that would make it so much easier on them trying to,
That sounds more than fair
yeah.
to me.
I agree, but you know,
Would you like to add 2,500 to the Historical Commission
would.
budget for this purpose?
Yep.
Okay.
like a one-time.
Not voting, we're just adding. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, we'll have that in the next draft.
Thank you.
thank you.
Moving on to insurance, just talking to our agent, Stephen Saff, he said just a typical budgetary increase for the costs. One thing is that we obviously have one less building with the library sale finally going through, so that'll help smooth some of the increase in the cost as well. Retiree, we talked about this at the last meeting. The mayor had asked about the $500,000 additional payment and whether that was for OPEB or the retiree. Talking to Angeli, we were both back and forth between should we put it in one or the other. We do have it here in the retiree healthcare OPEB line item. That's something that we can either choose to delete or we can put it in the retiree fund. It doesn't really make much of a difference. It's just that it would help us get I should say, make sure we stay across that line of the 60% funding.
Well, that's if we put it in pensions.
Correct.
Yeah, we only have, what, 5 or 6% in OPEB right now?
Correct.
Do we know what our actual, if we were to pay the full amount of OPEB actuarial, what would that be for a given
I
year?
thought it was
27 million, wasn't it?
No.
one,
No, at the
1.8.
annual- No, I think it's more like almost 4 million.
I know
So
we were
there's the
looking at
normal
that number
costs, and then
recently.
currently on OPEB, we pay premiums only. The state allows us to pay premiums only for the current year, or real costs, and then kick the rest down the road and that's how we got to 5% funded and a $27 million liability.
Yeah, and we pay as a corrective action 207,000 every year for
Right.
25 or 30 years.
Yes, but that won't get us to fully funded.
No, that will not get. So there's two options here. We can do the retiree OPEB just like we did last year. We put the 1.25 million extra there. So OPEB, we are only 5%, like our too short. Other option is MERS, which is pension. So this is the retiree health. And the other one is pension, which is we are close to 60% last year after state gave us around 3.9 million or something. But with the market value, when they did their valuation, it came 58 or 59%. We are still doing the corrective action with the state because we have to do that one. So we need the funding in the both way, but we can put little by little every year. If we can do that, will be great.
So the OPEB, what's the expected premiums for next year or expected? We're self-insured, correct?
Yeah, I have the list of the pension, the MERS, like their premium, which
No, not MERS, the actual retiree healthcare premiums. It's been like 1.3 million, and then the 207,000.
Oh, that the line, Division 10 or Division 11, are you talking about that?
I'm looking at,
725, 300 or 725, 400?
I'm looking at 101, 961, 961, 724, 300, retiree healthcare OPEB. We've been around 1.3 million.
Yeah, around
Are we still in that same range, 1.3 to 1.4
1.3 and 1.4 million, yeah.
Okay, and then the 207,000.
Yes, yeah,
So 1,300,000 roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And then 207,000 roughly gets us to $1,507,000.
yes,
Then you're suggesting round that up to $2 million.
yes, that's correct, exactly.
Okay, so that'd be an additional $493,000 contribution to OPEB if we did that.
Yes, 207 plus 500,
This is for
yeah.
retiree healthcare only.
Yeah, it is only healthcare retiree.
This is the one we put 1.2 million.
Yes.
To 5 million in last year.
Yes.
In additional money.
Additional, so we put 207,000 this year, current year, where we are now, or 1.25 extra. So 1.25 plus 207.
1.25
million.
1.25 extra, that's correct. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so you're still sticking with that 500,000 and OPEB is the recommended bucket to put that in?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions on OPEB or retiree costs? Why is there FICA in there? Is there any, I'm just curious. It doesn't matter, it's only 4,900, let's keep moving.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
double
sure it's
back
in there
on
for a
that.
good reason.
So the only other thing that we have in the general fund is the transfer outs that I mentioned previously that were relocated to this position to be consistent with the chart of accounts. So
Is the 401,000 for? That's the capital, that's the industrial park, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do we know what the 401,000?
That is for, I believe, our share of the bond payment.
Thank you.
Yep.
That makes sense. And then self-insurance is just the general fund's cost of self-insurance going into the self-insurance fund?
Yes.
Okay. And motor pool is motor pool, okay. Any other questions on general fund?
So are we in agreement now that we are going to address public safety?
Sure.
Next.
It's your show.
So we'll go back to page 5, the Department 301 budget.
Do you need Ed to shift, switch something?
You just lost your cord.
There we go.
Hey.
Good evening.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Mayor, Council. Not sure why it's displaying like that.
Next one over.
Sorry.
The next one. Click on that one.
One that looks like a screen?
Looks like a little screen. That one.
Here?
Yep. Double, yeah, it should blow it up. Double click it.
Nope, they turned it off.
Just turns it on.
I guess I can just go with it like this instead of wasting time on that. So good evening. This is the budget presentation for the Department of Public Safety. And there are a few things that are on this list, and I will do my best to explain in varying details about what is on here for the next fiscal year. The first thing on the list is vehicles, and this is something that is on the list typically every year. The last couple of years, we've gotten patrol cars. Year before last, we got 4 Tahoes, but some of these cars were from not having been replaced for years. Last year, we were able to order 3 Ford Explorers, of which we have received 1, which is still not graphic, although we are using it on patrol as much as we can while we wait in line to get the graphics. So we're still waiting for 2 of those cars to come. In line with my capital improvement plan that I submitted to the council last year in reference to vehicles, we're going down the line to replace cars that need to be replaced. So this year, we're just looking for 1 more Ford Explorer. They tend to be less expensive, and they're readily available. When we went to Tahoe's, it was because that we had been canceled by Ford, and we weren't able to get those cars, and that further delayed things. So the cost of a 2025 Ford Explorer on the My Deal is, it actually shows around $41,000. That doesn't seem accurate since we paid $49,000 last year, but that's even what's showing today. So to be on the safe side, and with inflation and everything else that's happening, I'm guesstimating that to be about $50,000. And also with the Canfield outfitting, graphics and stripping the old car and getting the new one, that's also an estimate of about $25,000 for that. We did look into e-vehicles because Councilwoman Sutherland was interested in that. Sterling Heights does have an EV police vehicle. Last year, I believe 2024 was the first one that I'm aware of that came out. Sterling Heights is kind of test driving that now to see if they're going to put that in their fleet. I don't know that that's something that would work for us as far as a police vehicle goes, just because they tend to be a little smaller and we carry a lot of equipment. But that is something that we could look into in the future if council wanted to go in that direction. So we looked at that actually for the administrative vehicle that I have up there second, and just this is to replace one of the unmarked cars that's out in our fleet. We have 4 administrative/detective unmarked cars that are not outfitted as police vehicles that we use. This one that we are looking to replace is about 12 years old and has over 160,000 miles. So it's just in the course of rotation that we are looking to replace that. And that car happens to be a pickup truck, so that's what I've put up there as a 2025 Chevy Silverado at that cost of just under $40,000. We could go with electric vehicles for those unmarked cars. They're not police rated anyway, so that wouldn't be an issue. And but the cost of those vehicles can be anywhere between $40,000 and $70,000, depending on what kind you want to go with. And then there is the added cost of doing a charging station. So after speaking with Lieutenant Allen from Sterling Heights, who spearheaded their program, he indicated that it was about $10,000 to put in a charging station. So again, if the council is so inclined for us to move it, maybe even to the unmarked vehicles to being EV vehicles, that is something that we could take a deeper dive into. But for the purposes of this presentation, I have stuck with the less expensive, regular type of car. The last thing on this slide is a side-by-side UTV. I've gotten the specs and quotes from St. Clair Shores Fire Department, who has them. Berkeley has them. Several departments have them. And the one that we would be interested in, I didn't put a model up there. I didn't say Polaris or whatever. I mean, that would still be something that we could look into. But it is a motor vehicle. We would be looking to have a bed extended in the back of it, so it would have a longer bed on it, which would be able to carry either a person, a stretcher, medical equipment. It's something that could be used at community events, football games, the parade, the carnival, just to zip around and be able to get in between people quicker, the fan run, and also the railroad tracks is a consideration, considering even last year we did have a railroad accident. It was difficult for us to get back there and actually find out where the person was and what had caused this issue, on top of the fact that there was some flames that were involved, and it's just difficult for us to get back there to even scope out or assess the scene and find out what's needed. The next vehicle, and again, this was on the capital improvement plan, is a Squad 2 ambulance, the one we have now, and I apologize, I misplaced my sheet and all the moving around today. So I can't tell you offhand how old the second squad is, but it is due to be replaced. It was the one that we were using as a backup if Squad 1 went down. And as the council is well aware, we are now operating both of those ambulances full-time. Mostly full-time. Squad 2, once we are able to replace that, we'll put in service as our main squad, and we'll take the Squad 1 that we have now that's a little newer, and put that in place of Squad 2. So we'd actually be switching them. But we would have this ambulance in service full-time as well. It's the 12 to 12 shift for the EMT, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's picking up our extra calls. So this is a Ford F-550, which is the same or very similar to the Squad 1 ambulance. We've been given a spec of about $350,000 for that rig, which is what we kind of expected last year. I think when we had this pre-budget meeting in February, I misspoke and said 250. I knew that on my sheet it said 350, but I misread it. But 350 is what we estimated that would cost back when I did that sheet, and that is what it looks like to be true. As far as the Stryker Power Lift and Cot, that is a new stretcher that would go on the new ambulance. The one we have now in Squad 2 is 14 years old. It is no longer under warranty, and I am not certain that the new ambulance would house a stretcher that's not under warranty. So the Stryker Power Lift and Cot is about $80,000. It's $20,000 for a 5-year warranty. And we have been advised that we may be able to get some trade-in value for the old cot of about $6,500. So we would be able to get some money back on that.
Is that the larger one? Is that the?
Yes.
Real quick, Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question.
Yes. So when it comes to all of these vehicle costs, well, let me put it this way first. Is there a cadence in which you're planning on purchasing these vehicles throughout the year? So like a few in August, a couple in fiscal year, right? A few in August, a few in November.
We tend to order the cars as soon as we can because it takes so long. So last year, when the council approved us to purchase the Ford Explorers, I think we came to council right away in July for that. We ordered them immediately, and here it is April, and I just got one, and the other two are not here. So it's hard to say. We never know when we're going to take delivery on these vehicles. I have been informed that this ambulance, for example, is at least 2 years out and maybe 3. So that's what they said when they gave the quote. So that is something that we would order now or whenever, I'm able to come to council and get approval for that. And it's going to be at least 2 years before, before that vehicle is ready for delivery. So I don't know if that answers your question or not. We try to order them right away, and they come when they come.
Well, and the reason why I ask that is because, like Councilmember Shornack brought up earlier, the tariffs, right?
Sure.
On again, off again, on again, off again tariffs. So we don't know if 2 weeks from now, that $50,000 car is going to now cost $60,000 because there's a 20% tariff put on it, right? Because for anyone who's not sure, that's what a tariff is. We're going to take on the additional cost of the vehicle. So I want to make sure that we include that and consider that if we end up approving these, and then you actually need them and purchase them based on what's going on, there could be significant increase in the prices that could potentially require a budget amendment.
That's true, and I would get the most updated price possible when I came before the council to ask for the items. So these are the estimates that we have now, and some of the estimates we even got in, March or April to come before you to put these together. So by the time we actually get down to putting an ARF together and coming before council to ask for these items specifically, we'll get the best numbers that we have at that time so that council can make an informed decision on whether we want to move forward or not.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was in regards to the potential of the EV vehicles. So I know that Michigan State University also has a fleet of EV police vehicles. So I don't know if there's any other research or anything that you'd be able to find through them. I know you reached out to Sterling Heights, but it's more, right, than just Sterling Heights. So
Yeah, there are a few, and I did see that, and I have seen some of the promos for it, and I did talk to Sterling Heights directly about it.
Yeah.
And I know that Oakland County had tested one too. That was all part of the demonstration video that I was provided. So they are out there. They are heavier. I don't know how widely they're being used. I wasn't aware of that department that you just mentioned. And it is something perhaps we could go to if we deemed that was the direction that we were going to go. But the vehicles do handle differently. They are heavier.
race cars.
They drive differently, so that is also a consideration. It's a little different, if all the cars are the same and you're used to driving your car, whatever, and now, okay, you're used to driving a Tahoe and it's this, and now I put you in this EV, and what's the learning curve, and, how often do you have to drive these cars before you're comfortable? Those are unknowns. It's a car, right?
Yeah.
So, I'll be real about that. But they are a little different. They do handle differently. They are heavier, and they're smaller in the back, and that is a consideration for us specifically because of all
that
the
was my
gear
thing, is
that
if
we
you're
carry.
using it as an unmarked car, right, and you're not using it to patrol with, or
And that's why I said, when it came to the administrative vehicle, that is something that I pulled the spec sheet on that as well, and that's why I gave quite a range, because there are some that are a little less expensive, they're a little smaller, but these are administrative, unmarked cars that aren't being used in police pursuits per se.
I mean, generally,
So-
if you needed to get somewhere fast, an electric vehicle is going to get you there faster than a fossil fuel vehicle, just based on what I've driven.
Yeah, I don't have any qualms about the speed of the car.
Yeah.
There may be some range issues, but I mean, how far are we going and how often do you have to charge it? And do you have to charge it longer in the winter than you do in the summer? Yeah, I don't, these are, these
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
so
know.
it's something else that's, worthwhile looking into. And as far as like the cost to put in a $10,000 EV charger, last year, this council voted to spend almost $300,000 to put a new fuel pumping station at the DPW yard. So if we're willing to put in almost $300,000 to get our own little private gas station at the DPW yard, $10,000 to have a more sustainable and cost-effective vehicle or vehicles in our fleet, even if they're administrative vehicles, seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, and I would have, certainly I would have zero issue with that. It's a matter of where would we put this? Are we just going to get one? Are we going to get two? Charging stations?
Well, and those are all things that we need to figure out, but I'm just talking about cost savings, long-term.
And I'll say too, I did not look into maintenance, so I'm not sure if there's more maintenance involved with an EV vehicle or not.
Really only if the batteries go.
It's a big one.
Other than that, they don't require oil changes. I mean, they don't have fluids because they have batteries. Windshield wiper fluid. And then, so as far as that also, I mean, there have been federal rebates and tax cuts on EV vehicles also. Those, like tariffs, on again, off again, on again, off again. So, but I mean, also something to consider in the cost of the car. Because if we're looking at a $50,000 or $40,000 truck, but then there's a $10,000 tax advantage to buying an electric vehicle, now we're spending $30,000. So then now you're going to be covering the cost of that charger also in 1 year, in one vehicle. So,
Sure, and if council's direction is to go that way, then absolutely.
Okay, Councilmember Odell.
Sam, why do we need 4 administrative vehicles in the city? What scenarios would we need 4 administrative?
We actually have 5. Well, their administrative cars are driven by all of the admin people, so.
Repeat your question, please.
All right, I'll repeat the question, I'm sorry.
We have 3 detectives, and there are situations where all 3 of them need to be out, and we have 3 administrative staff, myself, the 2 captains, so we alternate those cars. And so, some cars are driven more often than others. There are times when they're dormant and sitting there, which is why we've been able to keep them for a long time, probably. The truck that I'm looking to replace with more than 160,000 miles was driven by George Rohib. So, I mean, we do try to take good care of these cars and get our money out of them. If the council doesn't want us to replace it, obviously we would not. But it is just one of those vehicles that is in the rotation to be replaced. At some point, the cars get replaced, and so you do 2 this year, you do another this year, you kick it off and down the road until it's time to replace the car.
well, and I remember the spreadsheet that you gave us last year with your plan of, getting the new, and it was amazing. So I have no doubt that you're doing the right thing when it comes to vehicles aging out and replacing them. I think it's just looking at the best way to do that, the current climate of what's going on.
Sure.
Cost?
And the cost of that, it really is not exorbitant, I don't think.
I don't think so either. I was actually like,
No,
that's it?
And we like to, it's best for us to have a variety of different cars that are unmarked in the event that there is surveillance being done or, showing up on scenes or you're waiting outside. I mean, we don't want to have the same cars. We want them to be switched up. And they have other purposes too. I mean, we could use a pickup truck for, moving property or anything. I mean, aside from just driving, I mean, there are reasons to have a variety of different types of cars in the fleet that are unmarked.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on this? All right. City manager, anything, you want to keep going? You've got guns, I think.
Yes, sir. Did you want me to?
Want guns.
I mean, I can leave.
No.
Yes, we do. Firearms is what the next slide is, and currently we carry Glock 40 millimeter handguns. We would be looking to upgrade and go with the Glock 9 millimeter handgun with the MOS Red Dot, which is, it's basically a holographic sight, and we actually have holographic sights on our rifles. They're amazing. They have a mind of their own. When the weapon is drawn, the red dot comes right out, and it's not like a laser where somebody's like, oh, you actually can see very well. There are many reasons to go with the red dot sights, just the accuracy, the speed with accuracy. It's an upgrade, and it's one of those things that many departments around us and elsewhere have gone to that. I have a family member who was talking to me about it, like, hey, do you guys, and I had not heard of it. So our last range, I actually was able to test out this red dot in this 9 millimeter. I'll say going with a lesser caliber bullet also improves accuracy, and it was very impressive and amazing. So this would be an upgrade. Initially, when I presented this to the city manager, I thought the cost was going to be almost double, but working with CMP, the cost is not nearly as significant as I thought, although everything is expensive. So to upgrade the pistols to the Glock 9 millimeter handgun with the MOS red dot sights, including the holsters and the streamlight attachment, which is that light that's on the bottom. Instead of holding a flashlight in one hand and a pistol in the other hand, you have the flashlight right on the end of the gun, and it's got a toggle switch, and you're able to manipulate it so that your hands are free, or you have a free hand. So it really is just a great upgraded system. So we would be looking to purchase 33 of those. We have 30 sworn people, but with people retiring and new people coming on, and in the unfortunate event, if we were to be in an officer-involved shooting, those guns are taken and held as evidence, and so it's good to just have one or two extra in the event that somebody leaves or somebody new comes on and needs a gun. So the total amount of these weapons with all of these attachments that I've mentioned is just under $1,300 a piece. Times 33 gets you to the 42,000. We have historically offered employees to buy the weapons that they have now back at a reduced rate from what they were purchased. The cost is around $200 that they would be able to buy the gun back, or we would sell it to CMP. So there is some money that would be coming back. Most people do buy them, not everybody. But at $200 per gun, that brings us back in, a little, takes us about $6,000 less that we would get back if we went with that system.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Me again. So is there anything functionally wrong with the firearms that we have right now, or is
No.
the reason for this solely an upgrade?
It's an upgrade.
Okay, that's all.
Councilmember Shornack.
If they don't want them, can citizens buy them? I told my kids I'd wait till they were all out of the house before I got a gun. They're all out.
I don't know that we're in the business of firearms dealings out of the.
I'm saying if they're not going to
out of
buy
the police
them.
station. I'm
We've seen how
certain
you
there's
are.
a
We
process.
don't want you to have.
And I have a marksman ribbon too, so put that there. I don't even need the sights. But that's awesome. Like, I'm like super jazzed now. If I go get the gun I want to get, I'm getting the sights. That'd be super fun. It is super fun to blow up a target. Listen, it's better to go blow up a target than somebody, right?
It is super accurate. It was very impressive when I was able to use it and see it for myself. It was very impressive. And at a much lower cost, really, than I expected. I mentioned this Michigan accreditation the last time that we discussed the budget briefly. And so this is something that I really think that we need. This is, through the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police. That's what the MACP is. And so it is through the state of Michigan. What I would be looking to do here is hire a consultant, the Rosso Group, and they come in, and we would also need an accreditation manager in our department. They don't just come in and do it for you. They assist you with doing it because there are so many different levels of things that have to be done and that are required, like pulling certain reports for different events that have occurred so that we can get our policies and whatnot in line. And again, the accreditation, every agency around us, with the exception of St. Clair Shores, is accredited. There is some rumor out there that there is going to be some sort of required national push for accreditation. Michigan is ahead of the game. They've actually taken on the New Jersey policy, and there are over 100 agencies, or almost 200 agencies in this state that are accredited. And more agencies continue to jump on with this. So the Rosso Group Consulting would assign people to us to help us update our policies and get in line with the accreditation process. So it is $40,000 for them to assist us and get us through the entire accreditation process, which can take up to 2 years. And so they're averaging between 12 and 18 months to get that going. So I wouldn't anticipate that it would take 2 years for us to get through it, but that's what they offer. They have also offered to split this up into 2 years, $20,000 the first year and $20,000 the second year if we needed to do that. There is an MACP accreditation fee. The first year is $2,500, and then there's just a recurring $1,000 after that to stay in the accreditation process. Power DMS is software that is required to do the accreditation because it's the software that keeps track of policies and training and the proofs that are required to show. It's not just the policy, but you actually have to show that you're acting on the policy. And this software keeps track of all of that, keeps track of training. It pushes out policies to make sure that people are reading them. It keeps track of the fact that they have done that and that they're acting in accordance with the policy. So the Power DMS is, it's based on how many users you have. So it's a certain amount of money depending on how many users you have. And so I estimate that by the number of people that we have would probably be somewhere in the middle of that, maybe $7,000 a year. And again, that would be a recurring fee to maintain the software. If at the time I came in front of the council, I could give many more details about this Michigan accreditation process, and even the president of the Rosso Group has offered to come down and really do a deep dive into that if council was so inclined.
Can I just ask generally, what is accreditation? What's the purpose of it? What is the value? Just in general terms.
It's really, it's a separate set of standards is what these policies are, and there are, they're legally vetted, so they're more in line with best practices and the way things are supposed to be done. So each agency has policies, and but they're not all the same. And even our policies, if we went with this, would be tailored to what would be necessary with Fraser, but in line with what the state standard is. So it would be in line with other agencies. And the numbering system is very similar, but these things have been vetted. It's a level of professionalism that says all of our people are trained in these policies, and we don't just push them out to them. We make sure that they understand these policies and that there is proof that they understand and that they are working the policies the way they're supposed to. And additionally, it'll keep track of the training, and it really is a liability thing to say, you know what, you're professionally accredited. These policies are updated and pushed out, and we can prove, because they make you actually show proof that people are using them, either by a photograph or a signed copy or something of that nature. So it really is just a professional set standards is in the.
Common set of, it's a agreed upon set of professional standards that
Correct.
the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police say, these are what we should strive for? Is that?
Absolutely. And I have a ton of information on that, that I would share with the council when
Okay.
it came time for us to ask for it. But there is a lot of work involved with that, and you do need an accreditation manager within our department, somebody that can devote the time that is required to get that done. It's not a quick process.
We could do that with existing staff.
We would be doing it with existing staff, yes, but I will touch base on that a little bit here with this personnel slide. And having the fire marshal position would be imperative for us to move forward with accreditation, just because, quite frankly, I would need Captain Gillis to assist with that, and he certainly doesn't have the time to even think about that accreditation when there are so many things on the fire side of things that need to be done. The fire marshal, I'm still beating the drum, that's what's here on this next slide. We're not looking to increase our personnel, we're just looking to move one person from patrol to the sergeant fire marshal. I had Angeli pull the numbers for me, and she took the highest paid PSO and the highest paid sergeant, and the difference between that is around $23,000. So there would be a PSO that is moved into that position. So that would be the added cost, excuse me, to the city, would be $23,000 for the first year, and I don't know, it was too hard to project out since the contracts aren't finished, but the difference would be whatever future raises go to that position, what the outlook would be. So the first year would be $23,000 is the difference. Crossing guards, I know about 2 years ago, they were making about $11 an hour. Came before council and asked for them to get a boost, and they did. You graciously gave them 15, but they're still underpaid. And in checking with 3 of the communities around here, one of the communities pays them about $18.50 an hour, the other one is $20 an hour, and the third one is $25 an hour. So I don't believe it's out of the question to pay them $20 an hour. It's one of those things, I see you looking at me, Ms. Sutherland, but it's 10 hours a week for 2 people, so 10 hours for you, 10 hours for you, and then we have, somebody who's a sub. So it's certainly an added increase to part-time salaries, but it's difficult to get somebody to get up in the morning and go stand out in crappy weather and then come back in the afternoon and do it again. It's one of those things that it's right in the middle of the day. It's good for retirees, I guess, but there's only a certain number of people that want to do that, and we have to have them. It's an important job, and it's a public safety function, and I think it's reasonable to pay them $20 an hour.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm making the face because I actually thought that we increased it to 20 last year.
I thought it was 17, but
I thought it was definitely higher than 15. I would like to go back.
My memory was 15, but I'm not going to argue with you if you say it was 17, but I know it's
I
not 20.
really thought it was 20 because I remember us talking about hiring part-time DPW
At the 20.
at the 20 and saying, well, they should at least be making what they're making. I would love to go back and if we could.
Well, I know that there was many discussions, lengthy discussions about all the part-time employees of the city making $20 an hour. I mean, that was a
Pretty
thing.
certain that we went to 20, so that's.
We did, but I don't know that we included the crossing guards, because I know there was conversation too, even Mr. Perry was, open to paying the paid on calls.
Even Mr. Perry?
Well, I remember
I'm just
Mr.
joking.
Perry specifically, bargaining for the paid on calls to get their rate up, and we had
Yeah.
reasons for why we wanted to keep it at a certain rate, and that's the conversation that I recall. But I don't, I don't think we ever increased, we increased the crossing guards once, 2 years ago. We haven't done it since, and I don't think they were included in that part-time discussion.
I might be losing it then, because I could swear that we
Very
did
good
that
job.
last year and we increased it to 20. Yeah, I mean, they do a great job, and like you said, people out there, have them do it in the snow. And the last my daughter goes to Emerson. The last crossing guard we had, she would wear a GoPro so that she could actually, she would see the traffic. And I mean, they're out there rain and snow with smiles on their faces. So I would love to go back and
I think it was just paid on call firefighters that we raised. I don't think it was crossing guards. I don't think it was ever brought up.
I don't think we discussed the
I think it was
crossing
just
guards.
paid on call.
This
that we
is like a
increased.
no-brainer. Like, do we have to wait?
If you want to add it to the agenda next month,
Can we add
make
it
it
to the
happen.
agenda
Yeah,
for next
agree.
month, please?
They got another,
Because that's madness.
Have we in place, put in place, school be out, though.
yeah, but maybe,
And they have to deal with your obnoxious children, mine are grown.
And they are obnoxious.
But it's a risky job.
right.
too. I mean,
That's why we have police. All right,
That's all.
you're
All right.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Any questions for the director? I'm sure we'll have questions later, but thank you very much.
I'll hang around.
I
Thank you.
just want to note one
not-
thing, no utilization of the gambling or drug forfeiture fund this year,
Okay.
or this coming fiscal year.
Wait, I thought we were taking, oh, no, that's the ambulance funds. Never mind. I forgot we have a separate ambulance fund.
Does anyone need a break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes, and then Rob and Joe, you're up. Okay? 5 minutes. Sounds like I'm pouring a beer. I'm really not.
I said we should.
All right,
get
we're back
alcoholic
on.
beverages
Thank you very
included in
much.
this.
City Manager Levin, would you like to introduce the next two contestants?
Sure. So as I promised, the next thing that we are going to focus on is the DPW department, which comprises a number of funds and departments in the general fund as well. I think we'll just let him set the order. I know he has a presentation ready, so we may not necessarily follow what is in the budget.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I did try to put this in order of the budget, but I think a slide or two might be out of there. But I think this is back to Patrice's question to Bob about the stormwater improvements at LD Schoolcraft and
Rob.
Renetta. Found a dusty asset management plan that was on one of our shelves that was provided to the city in 2018. AEW did a great job of recognizing our stormwater assets, and it appears that there has been zero investment in these. And in the report, there's 1,315 lines that are in critical condition that need to be replaced right away, according to the BRE index, which is a business risk exposure. So it's a scary book to read in my mind of what we have going, and we really are always up against it when we're making decisions on streets and roads and parks and water mains. But I think it was suggested last year during the city council meeting that maybe when we're coming through with a water main project, we can come through with a complete project, and we can complete and replace the stormwater drains and so forth. So this is probably the most significant item in my budget, is requesting a companion for the water main projects for those streets this year to replace the stormwater.
That money would come out of general fund, correct?
Yes,
I think that's important for people to realize the storm sewers are not paid for out of the water and sewer fund.
Yes, and I think, if you don't mind, I try to ad-lib most of this, but I might just read the last paragraph. But it is overwhelming and financially challenging to consider all these needs. We work with AEW and are proposing a very modest plan to assess and repair stormwater assets currently with the construction projects. In the 25-26 budget, we do have $750,000 for these repairs. And then on the following years, you can see in the CIP, capital improvement plan that I provided you, we're estimating $250,000 a year ongoing throughout this to try to put a dent into the stormwater. Like I said, not much has happened besides the repairs of Masonic retention pond and some catch basin work.
So
Last year's budget, we're preparing for Kingston water main replacement right now from last year's budget. And our guys are out there reading old SAW grant reports and seeing what's going on. And in one 3,000-foot run between Utica and Fruehoff on the north side of the road, there's 20 collapses or blockages in the line that we cannot get through within 3,000 feet. And last year, we didn't budget for any storm, but we're trying to get ahead and just see what we can do. And we're still investigating our options on what to do, or do we leave it?
So, looking at this map, these are corrugated metal culverts.
Yeah, so there's a combination, in the report is the BRE index lists everything, but our most critical items are the corrugated metal pipes, and then that is on the next page, and it highlights corrugated metal pipe repair locations, and if you can see, this is a significant portion of the City of Fraser. And again, this was presented to the city in 2018.
I just found a focus on Fraser from 2004. It was given to me by Mike Sand from VFW. We used to sell culvert at $12 a foot, or $20 a foot for 12-inch culvert installed.
Go by 3,000 feet.
Yeah. So if you can do that at that price, but that was a long time ago, and I'd never heard of that until you brought it up recently.
Some of these items get complicated too, because many of these culverts go under driver approaches, and that adds to the expense of replacing the property owner's concrete also, and inconvenience them and so forth.
Question, are we responsible for that if they put in culvert?
Oh, there's
Is our-
a very good question, a very good gray area that I try to determine who did the work. There's not a lot of record keeping that can determine what was in there. Sometimes you can guess when it's hodgepodge together, maybe a couple of houses and then ditches or whatever, but then sometimes it's the whole street.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have a question. So is, that amount, is that for, that's just for the sewer, right? Is this in connection with replacing the actual road?
This is just to complement the water main projects and replace the storm, typically where ditches used to be adjacent to the,
Okay. Because I couldn't remember if those roads were getting repaired or replaced.
so we do come up, I do believe many of these are asphalt roads, and when we were experienced last year over on Admiral and Aaron and those streets right there, there was probably a 10-year-old overlay there, and it did take a significant lot of wear on those roads, and we did, you'll see in the local streets budget that we're gonna do a complete street project and come back behind it with replacing, or doing an asphalt overlay, replacing the storm, replacing the water main, and then in-house, I don't even think it's in my presentation, but we are going to upgrade this street signs, which the reflectivity in the sign of many of the signs, many of the sizes do not meet MUTC standards, which is dictating how large a stop sign and how much reflectivity it should have.
So, and I asked you because I live on Schoolcraft, and drive down Cyril every day. And I say this before Sam gets in here, is that like you cannot drive on the side of the road that you're meant to drive on all the way up and down Schoolcraft, Cyril, or Elodie without potentially really damaging your car. I mean, they're really, really bad. So that's why I was wondering, like, is that in connection with the repair replacement? Because if you're doing water main repair, right, and the roads are already so, I mean, the corner of Schoolcraft and Vernetta for about half of the year last year was literally dirt road. And that got repaired. But so that's what I'm wondering too, is like all of the wear and tear from the water mains being worked on, right? If these streets are already deteriorated down to dirt road, potholes where, you know, they're up to, you know, past my ankles. Is it gonna get worse before it gets better?
It'll get worse before it gets better, especially during the construction period. And I was listening to you, I appreciate all your comments on the roads, because we do need to invest in the roads, and, but I'm not 100% positive, but I do believe that what the budgeted number is for when we get to the road replacement, that is for an asphalt overlay, which is not a complete reconstruction, it's milling off the top and extending the life of the pavement for another 10 years and doing some repairs in the sub-pavement.
Yeah, I think it's like 31420 through 31620 Cyril even. I mean, it's bad. So, okay, thank you.
Keep going. Let's see what else you got.
If I go too quick, because sometimes I do, just please stop me. I'm just gonna try to get Councilman and Barry to bed, right? Oh, just kidding. But here is the next slide, please, Ed, is our general fund for park maintenance. Right now, there's quite a holding pattern out there trying to, I think we just got the bids into what to do with Steffens Park and award that out. But the items listed are estimates of things that were in the current rec plan. I know this is not the direction city council is going, but here's what's been in our 5-year capital plan. So you might have smorgasbord items you might want to pick from, or something might interest you in this list as we're moving forward. When I met with the city manager, we do want to progress with some items, so there's a $200,000 placeholder in the budget to do some park work in this fiscal year, but it's not exactly determined.
Yeah, wasn't Pompo tennis court fences included in with us?
That was for Steffens.
Right, but I thought we had talked about,
She requested the information to see what the cost would be. It was not,
right, but like, we're potentially a half check mark on that one.
yeah,
Okay.
correct, yeah.
I can give you a partial update on a couple of requests. We are still waiting to hear from the contractor to get back with us on the Pompo, but it is understood that to fully evaluate if you want dedicated pickleball courts, it'll hold the project up to being completed by June 30th, and we might revolve, don't know the time, but more likely in the fall. But we're still gathering more information on it.
So, like Rindell resurfaced the baseball diamond and Rindell ball field fence, we aren't going to be putting any money into that park at the moment.
Steffens gazebo roof, too.
Yeah, but on Rindell, I've been thinking about that, and we've talked about this for years. We're still maintaining, we still cut grass there, correct?
We do.
So we still have maintenance costs. We eliminated the building. That was helpful.
Yes.
I asked the city manager and Mr. Denal to add an agenda item to move forward on basically removing that from our park inventory and making it just an asset of the city. I think it's time that we at least consider that at the council, find out what that's involved, and then see where we can go from there. Because we haven't had any interest from the school or Fraser Woods, and it's just time. People said we've had too many parks. I'm not necessarily been an advocate of that conversation, but Rindell has been, now that we know it's landlocked completely. I did check the land there, and it is owned by, the adjacent parcels that have access to it are all locked up by two commercial developments. So, anyway, just as an aside, so I don't want to see any money in Rindell.
Rindell definitely has its challenges, and I think, my humble opinion, we're going in the city of Fraser is going in the right direction with pursuing a economic development director who couldn't help us with our real estate problems and spend time obtaining property, or we do have a lot of obsolete pieces of property throughout the city that we maintain, and it serves no purpose at all.
Can we get a list of that, a current list of that property that we're maintaining? I know there were 2 lots over by Harrington Trails that we've been cutting grass, and they finally are building a house on one of them. And I assume we're not cutting the grass on the other one, that's all. Okay, thank you.
A few weeks ago, I did meet with the assessor, and we discussed this, and between her and Mike Vigoron, we are trying to obtain a map to identify all of our obsolete properties, so we will forward that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. I think it was in my updates, but I think it's worth noting publicly that in 2017, City of Fraser paid DT $238,000 to convert all the overhead and underground LED lights to LED in a cost-saving measure to lower your annual cost. But through hearsay, talking around and reviewing invoices and seeing what's out there, there's a lot of high-pressure sodium, particularly in over by Clearview and the other streets in that subdivision, and there's a handful on the other end. We reached out to DTE. They are very cooperative with us, and they are moving forward to replace those lights with LED. And ultimately, you'll see a $15,000 to $20,000 a year savings in our electrical bill for them streetlights.
Great work.
In other words, it won't go up as much.
Exactly, and like if you see, I put it in a graph just so you can understand it, but sometimes it's frustrating to me when you do these LED projects and then you're back at your current rate. But we are taking steps to saving money.
Thank you. Councilmember Shornack has a question.
So, not really, I guess question. Why I can only assume because it was Mr. O'Neill, but when this was brought to us and everything, and then we got a low-interest loan, because there was loans out there I was aware of from what I do, and then we got the low-interest loans to take care of this in the first place. We never got any relative updates on it, but why wouldn't the DPW why wouldn't they have been on top of it, like, to the directors? Why? Because obviously I know you weren't here, so, I mean, do you have any idea why there was no follow-through until now, until this was realized? Because that was the whole purpose of doing it in the first place, because net savings were supposed to be significant, like $30,000 a year in lighting costs, because we were paying, and we still are, ridiculous amounts to light the city. So do you have any idea how that just got dropped and totally forgot about after that
I
investment?
can only speculate, and I don't know, but I do, around that time period, you had a long-term superintendent retire, and then a little bit of shuffle and transition, and then, I don't know.
Okay. I mean,
But
I didn't know if you
Because of that
did.
funding, it was hard to find records in our BSNA system. I never found the contract agreement to present to DT. The only evidence I had that we paid for this was the city council agenda items approving the payment of $238,000, so.
Yeah. Okay,
They
well,
agreed to
I'm
do this
glad that
with
you
very
found
little
this,
evidence.
because I'm kind of like annoyed that it never came to fruition the way it was supposed to in the first place, so. So thank you for looking into that and finding that.
I was looking one day, they had a contractor out there replacing the bulb in front of my house, and I had reached out to Rob about it and said, they said they were going to come back and do this later, and Rob did some more digging and contacted DTE, and I applaud him for it. And and I thought that at the time that we agreed to that was a secondary project, because we have the special, what do you call them, decorative lamps. But he found out that this actually, they're going to cover that, correct? They're
Correct,
covering
because-
the lamp replacements.
Fortunately, in the council agenda items, it listed 825 street lamps, and that's exactly what our
That was
total
very helpful.
are on our bill that we review every month. So it's like, it was all inclusive. It was all-
That was very helpful that you found that.
Yes.
Exact.
Great catch on that.
Good.
Laura.
Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. Here we're talking about buildings and grounds. We're asking, requesting $20,000 for epoxy floors, $25,000 for a salt dome extension. I think the landscaping at the Senior Activity Center needs a lot of help. After we get this mural in, we'll come back and do some basic landscaping, and banners, and then the City Hall digital sign. Couple of quick comments on this. Our floors at our Public Works building are really impossible to keep clean. We looked into the cost of paying somebody to do this, and it's close to 5 times the amount. Joe did some groundwork and determined he can get the material for $20,000, and we can do it in stages, and he does believe we have the skill set to do this work. The next request is a salt dome extension, or our current capacity. Our dome holds about 800 tons of salt. If you understand, through the My Deal contract, you need to commit the spring, before the following season, how many tons of salt you have to take. And then there's penalties, and then there's minimum commitments, and you still have to take it. So you have to play a little bit of a guessing game based on what you know and how our events have been in the past. But what happened to us, in particular this year, is our salt dome was full, and we were still on this hook to buy, was it 400 tons? 600. 600 more tons of salt. So we're contractually obligated to buy it. So we had all this truck salted in, dumped in our parking lot in the elements, and we did our best to cover it with tarps and so forth. But extending our salt storage for $20,000 will serve the residents of Fraser a long way in having more storage for moments when you have salt shortages or very nasty winter, because we can underestimate and then be in a bad way when we've had all, if you have a lot of ice storms or whatever happens. Or we can do, like it happened this year, we can get stuck with too much, and then your salt's out in the yard, it's being rained on, it's eroding, it's clumpy when we go to use it, and you're breaking it up, and you're wasting a lot of salt. So we are requesting this. We are going to do, again, we can do all the work ourselves. We can get the concrete blocks to build up the foundations on the side, place a small asphalt paving area underneath it, and buy a similar kit that we bought last time and construct it to put like a Quonset hut dome over the area where we intend to store the salt.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland has a question.
What would you say that our salt usage has been over the past, say 5 years, if it's like a 3 bears quantity, too much, not enough, just right, as far as our
I would-
purchasing power?
If I had probably 5 minutes of quiet time, I have that figured out.
Yeah.
And have an average on my computer, but I think it's averaging around, probably around 1,000 tons a year right now.
Too much? Like, have we
No.
had too much? Have we had not enough, or has it been just right?
Overall, we've been hitting it pretty good, with the exception of receiving 600 tons last year. We
So we had-
usually go through.
Other than that, so other than this year being an anomaly, this year we had too much.
And so we were sitting on too much salt, and at the same time, landscape companies and other vendors and personnel, I don't know if you've seen in the news, but there's a salt shortage out there, and we had salt, so.
So then I guess my next question is, you might not have the answer to this, but, so has it been that maybe some years we've ordered too much, and then we have a year where we need more, but we have reserves from the previous year that we can use? Or has it just been like a consistent decline in the amount that we are needing?
Yes and yes. No, I knew I should have put this in here, but I did put some graphs for my own.
I didn't know I was gonna be asking all these questions about
For
salt.
my own understanding, trying to look, because it's a tough call, and we have to look at how much salt we use and commit our order by April 1st. So we went back and looked at historical tonnage, and we usually order close to 1,000 tons, but I think the winter's been a little more mild, and last year was my first salt order here, and I seen 800,000 tons, all these commitments in, and there's a confident but a little scary feeling I committed to 500 tons. And so with that,
So even with underestimating, we still had reserves.
so we still have reserve, and our salt dome is close to being full right now, and we have to purchase 350 or 400 tons before August 1st.
And it's April 17th, so hopefully we won't need any more salt this year.
No hoping, we're done.
Well, and so I think you kind of hit the nail on the head too, and the reason for my line of questioning is, climate change, EPA rollbacks, right? We are seeing less and less snow and more mild winters. So that's why I'm asking if you're seeing a general reduction in the amount of salt, and we have these reserves, maybe putting money into a salt dome extension isn't really needed right now.
In my opinion, I'm recommending the salt dome extension, because you don't know what the season's gonna be, your salt's gonna be protected, and you're gonna be able to serve the public and not be in a bad way if there's a shortage, or if we undercommit, we can hold on more stock and have it on hand. It's not gonna go to waste when it's in storage, and this, in my opinion, is a small commitment to provide safe roads.
I guess that's why I was just trying to look at, like, from a historical perspective,
Right.
though, like, what's the trajectory like, to see if we could assess if we would be in a bad way, if we were like, well, maybe not, like, let's give it one more year to see if we, if we even use all of our reserves, right? That's just kind of where I'm going with that.
definitely don't think we're a glutton, but I think we feel better knowing we have salt on hand and not like skipping the corners of our salt domes and trying to figure out how we're going to get through the next couple months or so forth. I think it's a better way to operate.
Just know how people can be, you know, when assessing, spending tax dollars, they can be salty.
I was waiting for it.
I know you were.
Councilmember Shornack had a question.
If we had an excess, did we not offer to sell some of that off instead of letting it rot, in essence, away in the parking lot? If you were saying there was a shortage to other people, why wouldn't we have put that out there, especially if our dome was full? I mean, I'm fine with, I don't have an issue with getting a bigger dome. I'm just saying, if we have stuff sitting there, basically uncovered, let's just say, and the elements are hitting it, and there's people who need it, why wouldn't we have sold some of that and regained some of our funds?
I could tell you that we have awesome relationships with Roseville and St. Clair Shores and our surrounding communities, and if any of our neighbors were in a need and approached us, we would have shared that salt. But I don't think we're going to go out and advertise it well, where we're having a lot of ice events this year and don't know where we're going to land either. But we would try to help our neighbors or sell it to them.
Right, well, I'm just saying, if it's going to sit in a parking lot, out in the open, with everything going on, I would think we would try to get rid of, you know, because it's gonna go to waste anyway. So if it's gonna go to waste anyway, and we're not gonna be able to utilize it the way we would need to utilize it, like you said, it was clumping and stuff like that, I would just think we would be smarter about not letting it sit there and go to waste, you know? I would have reached out and been like, hey, do you need salt? Because we have an overabundance that's sitting here before it goes bad, like, you know, come get it and
I
get
can
some.
defer to Joe, but the salt that was on the grade, we might have probably went through that around February or so. Then we're digging into the salt dome, so you don't know where you're at. So
Yeah.
we did go through it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I'm just saying,
But we're buying another, what, 400 tons?
We have to.
500 tons.
We're committed to
500.
buying 400 tons by August 1st and put a reserve in for 500 tons in the next
Okay.
season.
Yeah, I was surprised I had to order that for somebody, and they were very anxious to get it in by April 1st, or you can be SO.
Yeah, you'll miss,
Salt out of luck.
you will miss the My Deal contract.
Yes, that was the my deal.
All falls in line with a whole bunch of Eagle requirements, budget requirements, and salt ordering requirements all in March.
Okay. Are we done being salty?
We talked about banners, and I couldn't hear the whole discussion about Baumgartner banners, but the city did purchase 12 anniversary banners, 150th anniversary banners for Baumgartner.
Good.
Which should be here in about 3 weeks, and I reached out to Marty, don't know her last name. But we're going to meet with her and talk about strategic places where should we put this and mix them in with our spring or summer banners and help celebrate the 100th anniversary.
so just those were $10,000? Just for
No,
those?
No, the 12 banners for the Baumgartner anniversary, I think it was around $1,200 or $1,300 for all those.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It's a
But
banner
what's
year to be in that
$10,000, we haven't completed our purchase yet of banners for the fall and the winter, which we will do as soon as we receive this shipment and assess them, and we're happy with the quality. We'll continue to use this vendor. But in my opinion, banners is very cheap placemaking and letting people know they're in Fraser. And we can expand
I was just
out.
worried that 12 banners cost $10,000. I was like going, no,
Right.
you need a new vendor.
Lastly, the digital sign out front there, I was discussing with city manager about, do we know how old it is? And Dewey went out there and took the cabinet apart and found the drawings. It was from 2011. So we're talking about 15 years old, and it's facing significant repairs. I think the city manager put a little bit of effort into it and priced some things out and think we can replace replace that for $45,000 rather than reinvesting funds into a 15-year-old sign that's displaying on one side or not the other at times and having communications problems.
45,000? Okay.
Yes.
Would that be a color sign this time, or would it be the same basic LED?
It would be a sign similar to what's over at the Senior Activity Center.
Okay. A known fact that came out of gambling forfeiture.
It's an interesting dig today, try to find the age of that sign, and including looking at the new building drawings in 1999, and it wasn't there.
No, it wasn't there, no. I remember when it came out. 45,000 to replace, and what's the cost to repair for an unknown length of time to keep it working?
So we've had some repairs in the last 4 years. Some of the panels weren't working. We've had service calls. The latest repair is at least $2,000, and that's pretty much just for a service call and what they think it might be, though there might be more issues with it beyond that. Certainly, it's gotten to an age where repairs are going to be a consistent thing.
Do we have an estimated service life for the new type of sign?
I do not.
Okay.
But an option would be we just get rid of the sign also.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Do we need it? I mean, I don't really read it when I go by, and if I do, it's distracting. I mean, really, do we need an electronic?
Distracting, you should go to the planning commission and complain to them about the regulations with the sign, because they were sticklers about the attributes of the sign.
I'm just saying, like, why do we need it?
'Cause I think it's useful, isn't it? Doesn't it output?
By the time
information?
a message actually comes up that I would want to read, I'm already almost past it. Like, I don't stand there on the corner of 14 Mile and Garfield and go, oh, and read the sign.
The senior center sign, I honestly don't know what that looks like. Is it like a screen, like a
Yeah,
computer
it's
screen?
more like a screen.
Yeah, we used
Probably be better to
ARPA
have
funds
one
for
of
that.
CDBG.
CDBG.
So we did agree to spend federal money on the CDBG sign for the senior center. So
Free federal money.
there is no.
It's not really free.
Free
Nothing's
federal money.
free.
You're
No,
you're
but
funny.
I think the sign has value. And if it has a 15-year service life, that's $3,000 a year, plus electricity. If it has a 5-year service life, I'm not sure that's worth it, but it does, we do display things on it, but the clerk, I assume, would be using that for some things? And
Yes, some things.
planning commission meetings, zoning board of appeals.
I just think most people now get their information from the internet. Everybody has a computer in their hand all of the time. So if I want to know when an election is, I'm going to look it up on my phone. I'm not going to be like, gee, I hope that information's on the roly-poly when I drive by City Hall. I don't see the value in spending $45,000 on that sign.
Really, if you want to know anything in Fraser, you just look on Facebook. Isn't that how
Okay,
it goes?
all right.
Salty.
All right, so we're talking, so that's,
I'm going to put you in the Salt Dome.
Very salty about that.
Okay, so if we're done with the discussion on the, okay.
for now.
Right before you is a map that Mike Vigoron and his staff prepared to just illustrate the CIP projects coming up. And you could see, Callahan, Lodi, and Schoolcraft, and Vernetta down here being repaired, and you're well aware that Utica is coming up in the future, and Klein and industrial roads. And then maybe some future work with Grove and Nadine and
Was York on there too?
Is this actual replacement, or is it
Resurface.
resurfacing these roads next year that are highlighted?
It's,
Or which
well,
ones?
obvious, I shouldn't say obviously, but the industrial park is complete replacement.
Right.
The Schoolcraft subdivision there, these are all asphalt roads, and
Re-asphalt those roads, okay.
so we're really just doing an overlay to extend the life by 10 or 15 years.
And then future streets, what what's the designation from there versus the orange resurfacing? Is that like ones we're looking at or possibly?
Even on 11 by 18 paper, I cannot read the
Which do you-
legend.
It
for the
says
orange
future
area.
streets on the legend.
Okay. It is better defined in the capital improvement plan that I gave you. We can reference that, but it does show, you got the front page open, you know, if you could see what year we're planning out.
I can give you a little, now, on the future streets CIP, Utica Road resurfacing, I saw that today on the TIP, Transportation Improvement Plan, it's tentatively 2028. That's the 13 to 14 mile resurfacing. So that was, the initial TIP was approved today by the committee, and then it will be submitted, I think, somewhere this summer. So that's for federal money to help pay for that. And as far as the blue line over there on the northwest corner, that's, well, you're looking at LED, Cyril, those orange, is that what you're talking
Oh,
about?
the blue ones.
That's York and then Grove.
Right, but I mean, what I don't get is this slated for future years, or is that this year based on?
That's future streets.
Okay, so
What's-
those are the next in line.
What is the name of that street?
Grove and York.
Which one, the north and south?
The northwest blue.
Northwest is Morningside and Nadine.
Okay, so if you look at the first page of the CIP, we have Morningside and Nadine reconstruction. So that there's $50,000, which is, looks like that is the preliminary engineering to have it ready to go and construction in next year's season of 26, 27 for $800,000.
But orange is for resurfacing this coming year, the blue is for planning for the next year after
Yes.
that. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
When is that resurfacing on Schoolcraft happening?
Not soon enough for you.
I'm just curious.
Well, when is Callahan, LED, Schoolcraft, Vernetta, and Cyril?
Would that May?
Following the water main.
So, exactly, so more than likely, see, you got those. So if this ends up being a fall water main project, more than likely, if there's time in the season to replace the road late fall, it'll immediately follow the water main project, so.
Well, I'm thinking more about the budget year, but, so this would be in this coming budget year?
Yes.
So the 856,000, is that just for the road resurfacing, and then there's the stormwater improvements?
Yes.
That are
all of
separate?
this sit in a separate fund, yes.
Okay, so there's two numbers here. 856 for streets, and then I think it was 214, 200 per the,
It's an est, of-
I know it's an estimate, but you had that kind of for all four of those streets, correct? So that's another 856. So it's about the same.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Next slide. Ed? He's there. So this is just a little illustration, but what I want to talk rubbish with you for a second, just I think it's all on your radar that our contract is expiring in September of this year. We need to get in front of this and determine, I actually received a call from the Vice President of Priority wanting to meet and talk about if the city is interested in extending the contract with the proposed markup, or do we want to put this back out to bid? I recently read in Harrison Township, they put this all out to bid, and they wanted to go, I won't name names, but they wanted to go with the second lowest bidder to avoid another contractor. So I can say that Priority, when they took over or GFL, it was a struggle and there's a lot of challenges, but I think, I am an optimist, but I think Fraser was held more harmless than the other communities. We had some great people working for us that came over from GFL to make sure the transition wasn't as bad as it could be.
Two questions. One is, should compost be picked up with the regular waste? Because I saw that happening today, and I had a resident mention that to me the other day. Is that just because of shortage of trucks, or?
Was that in
was
the
on-
same truck for sure?
Yeah, I watched him.
Yes.
I drove by him
Did not
3 times.
happen,
Okay.
and feel free to call.
I had a resident message me the other day and asked me the same thing, so I saw it happen today. And he's picking up bags of compost, so I will let you know. The second question is, what's involved in going out for a bid? Because we haven't done that since 2007, 6, 5, 4. It's been 20 years.
Somewhere in the teens.
No, we renewed it. We renewed it.
So
I
I
was
found
there.
a lot of historical records showing renewal contracts.
Yeah, we renewed it.
Having the original contract in hand. We haven't seen that.
Yeah, we went, it was originally Rizzo, and then it became GFL, and then GFL renewed, and, because I voted no on that contract, and I remember. So that was an 8-year contract back in 2017.
Yep. So what's worth noting on here is just talking to colleagues and looking at bid tabs. Generally, the rates are going up about 30%. Meeting with city manager, we are looking at the fund balances and so forth. Even with the 30% increase in the fund balance that is, unreserved fund balance that is in those accounts, it should not affect any dedicated millages for this at this time.
Not at this time.
Yes.
So, but you want to spend 300 on a leaf pickup.
And including that. So
Right.
it is a healthy reserve fund balance, right? Healthy.
Yeah. It is healthy. I think it's a little too healthy, but I've felt that for a while. Councilmember Shornack.
Well, I was just going to say, it went up to 900,000, or you estimating it's going up to 900,000. What have you been told? What is the significant jump? Why is it all of a sudden going up that much? Is it because of lack of vendors? Is it lack of employees? Is it because we are a throwaway nation and we throw everything in the trash instead of recycling and or repurposing? And they're looking for land dumps. What is the reason for the significant jump?
Parts of that number is that we've been challenged by council to provide more services to the residents, and one idea we have is if we can have a shred day or bulk pickup day, so there might be some additional costs in our payments going out there. So we are planning on a shred day, a bulk trash day, which is going to increase our costs, and at 30%, a potential increase in the cost, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, what was the 30% increase for specifically? Did they give you like a reason that their cost is going up so exponentially?
No reasons are given. I'm estimating that by just looking at bid tabs and how the competition's bidding, and I would just say that's what the market's dictating right now.
I think it's limited number of vendors that can do it. It's GFL, Waste Management, or it's Priority now, and Waste Management and some other smaller ones.
Tringali, Republic.
Yeah, but they're not as big as Priority owns the market at the moment because they're the big.
They do. So, food for thought. Think about it, and we'll be looking for some direction if we should go out to bid, or maybe we should entertain them and see what kind of offers they want to do or what they can do, and then decide to go out to bid or not.
What would stop them from just giving us an offer? I'm more inclined, I wanted to go out to bid 8 years ago, but I will cede to the council's will, but what would it take for us to go out to prepare and do an RFP for a bid? Or RFQ, I should say.
Extra work for your superintendent, which he's.
Well, that's no problem.
Yeah, so,
Okay, but that's the extent of it.
yes.
And I just saw Roseville's complaining about carts. Are we having any cart problems?
I mean, I'm sure you have your pulse on there, but the industry's pushing for cart-only pickup. And Roseville made that transition, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, they did, and they're complaining that some of the carts are still Rizzo and they're in poor condition and, you know.
And some of the push is to go to cart only, and it'll drive your price up because they don't want to deal with Cart Plus, which is dealing with garbage off on the side. And I think those are some of the forces that might really answer your question, why the rates are going up. They just want to go to this touchless trash system, you know, but I've experienced that in my community, and it's not very popular to have extra trash and no place to put it because you can only throw away what you have that can fit into your cart.
Okay. Any other questions about garbage?
We're still on rubbish. Last year, we requested to replace one of our leafers, and there was some discussion that went back and forth regarding the cost of the leaf program. Do we want to eliminate the leaf program? I did do some work, and it is a rough estimate because there was not a lot of historical evidence, but for the cost of repairing the trucks, disposing the material, and paying the guys everything but the capital investment, we spend about $100,000 a year on the leaf pickup. In conjunction to this, I discovered a letter from GFL that hinted that contractually, if we stop picking up leaves, they would have increased work and charge us $225,000 extra a year if we eliminate the leaf program. So. With that information, it's recommended we continue with the leaf program. It is an expected service, and but it's ultimately City Council's decision. And if we do go with a continue the leaf program, we are requesting an estimate. I'm sure, I really think this estimate's high based on the price we got last year, but at least buy one leafer this year and then another one next year.
That'd be 600,000?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Odell.
And didn't we just purchase some equipment to pick up the leaves?
Yes.
That make it easier, less labor intensive?
Yes, I meant, that was in my write-up here, is that we bought that Tink Claw last year, the one that was for the loader. We budgeted to go on our loader and our backhoe. Despite it being budgeted, we only bought one of them, because the one on the loader really increased our efficiency and helped clean up in the leaves and not filling up the Vector trucks as much, and very efficient, right?
Very efficient, yep, especially in the curved subdivisions. That's where
So does that increase the time for you guys to go around, make your rounds then with that new equipment and
Either we're really, really good, but last year it's hard to predict a schedule, but we were hitting these schedules and not falling behind. And it could be the efficiency of the Tink Claw, it could be the timing of the leaves, but last season went very well.
Okay.
Anybody have any thoughts on a leaf pickup? Mr. Perry, that's one of your key subjects.
What if, could we allow residents to burn their leaves? Is that a possibility, or, because that would save probably a lot of your time, and then the people with rural yards like myself, I wouldn't have to bring them to the street. You just take care of them yourself.
Are you pretending you didn't burn them in the first place?
I don't burn leaves, actually. I don't burn leaves.
I do. A fire pit.
Yeah, I burn fire or wood. I don't burn leaves.
Yeah, but it's a good,
Can we burn leaves?
Yeah, what would we have to
I would
do?
prefer they're picked up, but
I would like to know the environmental impact on burning leaves. I'm sorry, like, I like air to breathe and not acid rain and stuff, so I don't want to be putting a bunch of smoke in the air.
Cows put out way more methane than you'd have to worry about burning leaves.
What does?
Cows.
All right, we're not
We can get to
not
that
buying
stuff.
cows, are we?
No, I'm saying if you're worried about air.
My role here in Fraser is a little bit different, and I went experience when I was working Oak Park in charge of the code enforcement, but it was against the ordinance to burn leaves, and we dealt with a lot of complaints, a lot of smoke complaints, and it's just generally discouraged when you're in a densely populated area.
I don't think you're allowed to burn anything in the city, but.
Right, and they turn a blind eye on.
If I could interject.
Can you identify yourself, and do you have any particular knowledge of this situation?
There's no open burning that's considered open burning, and it is a nuisance. We would get complaints from here to there.
Oh,
Sorry.
please make it, state the for the record.
In order to burn anything, it has to be in a container. I mean, you
Okay.
can't just have open burning and leaves and smoke, and it would cause a huge disruption. Sorry, if you lived out where I
No.
live, you could burn your leaves, but.
I knew the ordinance was in effect. I was wondering, could we change the ordinance if it saved a bunch of money and fixed other problems? Like,
I wouldn't
that's something
recommend it.
That would be,
You trade one problem for another, basically.
Right, absolutely, because people will take it to the nth degree, and they're burning their trash and whatever, and twigs and trees and construction equipment, and it'd be a huge problem. And you might be happy about the way the leaves smell, but it's gonna go right into somebody's window, and they're gonna be like, I can't even have my window open in my house, the smoke is coming in. So there's a multitude of reasons why it's probably not a good idea. And it's against the law.
It's against the law. Say that for those in the back. How long would it take if we approve this budget? How long would it take, would you be able to get the leaf machine or truck by this fall?
I haven't invested a lot of time at this moment to find out the lead times, but the sooner the better, because as Director Kretschmeyer mentioned, there's just an awful lead time on the equipment.
Okay.
And we wanted a leafer here. We were down to one leafer multiple weeks at a time.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw this out there. I have no need for it, but it's been an interest, and you seem to say it's saving us money. We have the money in the fund balance. Ordering it sooner than July 1st could make sense in order for lead time. Could you look into that and get to the city manager and see if it's worth doing, it's worth getting it sooner than later?
Yes.
So I would like to
I agree.
explore what that lead time is. And the money is already there in that fund, and it's not general fund.
Correct.
So,
We can skip the next page because there's an error, but I was mistaken about the newer 2007 leafer is one that we actually invested a lot of money in, and it's working now. So when we do trade in or auction a piece of equipment, it'll be the older 1995 model, which they look exactly the same if you looked at them.
okay.
Can you tell the difference?
One's yellow.
I mean, that's the new one, but both of our leaf trucks look like that Old Dominion.
Paneling.
So the one on the right, the yellow one, is something that Superintendent Ragsdale presented last year, and that's where we got our budget number 4. I don't think what we'll order will be all that grand, but if we get this approved, we will do our due diligence, shop for what we need, and come back to City Council with a recommendation, requesting authorization to purchase a new leafer.
Thank you.
Senior housing, it's a plain page, but we're gonna continue to replace the hot water tanks and HVAC. I think we had a lot of discussion when we were talking about the rates, about the amount of money that's going out in the capital improvement projects there. The entry doors need to be replaced at $20,000. The carports around the perimeter have no electricity to them or no lighting. We got an estimate from Spectron on that, do that work for 30,000. And of course, it would be nice, and this is an enterprise fund, but they do have a nice courtyard with not a lot of features in there, and talking to the manager of the property, a gazebo and some patio furniture might go good, and we can start shopping for that, and get approval from city council.
Can you give us an idea of what you'd get for $200,000? Is that a gazebo, like
Oh.
similar to what we have in Meadows Park, or?
Yes.
Okay. Something,
A purchase of that, if you guys were to approve this in the budget, any type of purchase of that magnitude would be presented in front of you, and you'd
Sure.
understand exactly what we're getting to. This is a slide I presented last year. I only added one other thing is, we do a lot of work to determine what water mains we're going to place and why. And the top one, which didn't indent correctly, but Municipal Analytics recommended an exact amount of how much we should spend on capital improvements. And we were diligent to stay within that threshold based on the corresponding rate increases that he had there. But the next slide I'm going to show you is very significant about fire flows, but there's a lot more that goes into water main replacement, such as the age, the BRE score again, hydraulic capacity, and so forth. But a nice visual is, where is it at? Oh, that's two pages in.
The purple and green one?
Oh, 3 pages in. My visual is supposed to be next, so go 3 pages in. If we could add to the colorful map. In my opinion, this is significant. I wasn't around 10, 15 years ago or whenever there was that house fire, there was not adequate firefighting flow. But on your left is 2021 firefighting flows. Anything orange or red was really not acceptable or adequate for fighting fires. And if you look to the map on the right, and that's the projection when they put the variables into their water model, that what the firefighting flows are going to look like and at the end of this 25-26 season. I think that's really significant. You can see all the Venetian Village, how yellow and orange and red that area is. It's nice and blue and purple there. And several areas have significant improvements. Okay. Back to order here. The page with the water loss report on there is, I cannot find any records the last time water meters were replaced in the city of Fraser. Did a lot of digging into our BSNA records, and there's like thousands and thousands of them were replaced exactly on June 1st in 2010. So I don't think that's good data. Obviously, I think it might be a time when we receive BSNA or put the numbers in. There's very limited amount of meters have been replaced since then. I think everybody is aware that a meter is going to underread eventually as the parts wear down. I think it's time to start looking at a meter replacement program, and when you do so, you're going to hopefully decrease your water loss. 10% is a good target because all communities do have some water loss from water main breaks, firefighting, leaks you do not know about, but it's the American Water Works Association standard. Here's some calculations on the table of how much water we bought from Great Lakes Water Authority and how much we sold, showing the amount of loss throughout the years. The fluctuation could be based on meter reading at different flow capacities, might not pick up more or less under different conditions. So you wouldn't expect consistent flow, and then you have, you don't know what you have with water main breaks or firefighting efforts too. With that, included in this year's request is ultimately a $3 million program to replace all the meters over 10 years, investing $300,000 a year, which we backed that number into our capital improvement program and still met municipal analytics capital improvement expenditures for each year. We just need direction from council if they want to go this route with replacing the meters. One benefit is hypothetically, you can lower your water loss. So you're going to bill for as much water, closer to how much water you bought. And then another significant item on these is there's a lot of technology there right now. And we've been entertaining and talking to meter vendors about different options. But there's a software right now that includes residents to view their water usage basically live and sign up to receive alerts if there's something unusual or high usage. And I think our residents would appreciate that. There's unfortunately, we do have to have sympathy, but talk to residents that swear they didn't use the water, but it all went through their meter. And you just don't know it until it's too late, and it did go through their meter. With this purchase, there'll be options in there, more details to come. We just got to find out your appetite or desire to go with a 10-year program or not, or
I'm in favor of it, but that's not surprising to anyone in this room. I understand the new technology, and I understand that meters slow down and they don't speed up. Unless they're census iPearls, and then they just go crazy. But we don't have those. And I know at least our meters in our house are 30 years old. So you take that, and we're the new subdivision, or the newer one. So I would be in favor of a meter replacement program, because as our water loss increases, that just money that gets absorbed, that is not free water. That's money, as water we pay for through our water bills, which are already high enough. Given that we just raised rates, we need to be providing residents the kind of tools. They can't manage their own water. One toilet leak can cost $100 if you don't catch it. And right there, that's a significant cost to our residents. I would prefer it faster than 10 years, but
I just threw that number out there. The highest quote we received was from a contractor called Metron. It was $3 million to replace it all. And it just fitting that into your capital improvement, it's about 10 years at $300,000 a year.
I understand they're expensive. But at the same time, eventually, we're going to have to replace the meters. And do you have a plan on where you would prioritize that?
So we would look for further direction once we know which route we're going. But the plan would be to hit the higher size meters first, because those are larger.
The commercial meters?
That might be more in the industrial area. And then we would analyze, I don't know how, my plan was to analyze the age of the meters and maybe geographically target some areas, but there's really no record of how old these meters are. So, but after we would go through the industrial area to the larger meters, we'd move over to geographically maybe into older subdivisions and move our way through the city.
And would you consider, if somebody wanted to actually upgrade their meter and pay for it, would you let us do that?
Yes.
Would you consider that as a possibility? Absolutely. I would really like to see the commercial and industrial meters done first. My experience, that's where the money is. And get those done as soon as possible.
That will be our priority if this proposed CIP is approved in the budget by City Council.
Any questions on water meters? If you have any later, you can always call me. Oh, last thing, on water loss, what would you think would be a reasonable number for a city like Fraser? Like,
I think it's easier to base it off of just a percent because.
well, that's what I mean, a percent.
10% is the industry standard. And a lot depends on the age of your system and different attributes, but 10%.
Okay, thank you. Next.
I'm going to qualify that answer too, is that there's a definite need to flush our mains, and flushing the mains keeps the hydraulic capacity going. It washes out all the particles and rust in the mains and increases the life of them. And I do not believe there was ever a good flushing program throughout the years, so we are a little bit behind the 8 ball. So it's hard to, you can't measure it, but I would expect our water loss maybe to be a little higher, but it's hard to say. But it is a needed maintenance activity. So this map, at council's request, looks a lot like the street map. Is showing the water main projects for 25, 26, and so forth, coinciding with the streets, and this would actually come first, but in the budget it's second. This is the pretty picture. Water flows. Last two here is, maybe right now, we are requesting to have a working foreman. I know these are long-term commitments, but the demands of regulatory agencies and managing our assets and the amount of work that both, and I'm saying this, I'm not complaining, but Joe and I put in a lot of work and skip a lot of lunches and just never, ever catch up because there's so much to do all the time. Would we need another foreman? Yes, but can we use a foreman that could work or maybe negotiate with the union that would have an opportunity to work in there and be part of the union and also do administrative work as needed also. So this is a lot about how much we do, and I think, gosh, it seems hours ago, but August mentioned something about maintaining his sanity,
It was.
Yeah. But, I love Fraser, I love my job, but I do love my sanity, and I think that's a little bit what Fraser, or August was saying. It is crazy the amount of work we have to do. And we've been shopping asset management software, but that takes effort. A lot of these tools and things you can use to operate correctly needs somebody to manage them and put the effort in to see what things are doing, schedule the regular routine maintenance, invest in the City of Fraser's assets properly and keep track of these. So this request is just to better manage our assets. I think I mentioned to city manager a couple weeks ago when I was having a frustrating moment, it's like, thank God we have really good workers and I have an awesome supervisor. Because, I don't know, I ain't gonna say, but those are the things that keep me here. We don't need a supervisor necessarily to watch these guys, but maybe help them, lead with them, a guy with experience can help them out, and then assist us with administrative duties.
Okay. Any questions about the working foreman? Okay.
Actually thought about printing out, but I ran out of time, but last year, we started a 5-year capital improvement project plan for our fleet, just to have a plan, to know when something's coming up, so you can consistently schedule a consistent amount of what you're gonna spend on what year, and what you need. The last two superintendents have requested to city council additional 2 pickup trucks. Joe and I did a very thorough analysis of this, and we don't think we need just 2 pickup trucks to add to the fleet and then have more vehicles and trucks around. But we did recognize that we have 5 3-yard dump trucks with 10 guys. The 3-yard dump trucks don't go out, and they don't have the need that a 4-wheel drive pickup. It's not as versatile to do functions in the park in the summertime, having good turning radiuses in the cul-de-sacs in the wintertime, and so forth. So the 4x4 trucks are more useful than a 3-yard pickup truck. What's in front of you is we are proposing to trade in 4 vehicles. So we're going to go backwards a vehicle in this plan, and request to purchase 3 trucks. We're looking at getting rid of the 2006, the oldest 3-yard dump truck, which typically does not get used. The guys are never taking this one out because it bounces on the road and you can't sit in it properly and it hurts your back, and it's just a rough ride that doesn't really serve a purpose in the city. We would like to get rid of the Ram 2-wheel drive pickup trucks. I think it was presented or mentioned last year that these Rams, there's not a lot of use for 2-wheel drive vehicles if you want to have a multi-purpose vehicle to serve you in the wintertime also. So we're proposing to get rid of one of the Rams. We do have a Ford Fusion, which sits in our parking lot most of the time unless multiple guys are going to a class or somewhere where they could take a truck. You don't need to have a car there. This vehicle literally sits there and gets used once every 2 months or so. We don't need this. Help me out, Joe, with this 2012 Chevy. I forgot the history on this.
2012 truck 17, that vehicle.
Is that the cold patch truck?
No. So truck number 4. Truck number 4, currently, the only use we have for it is pulling around our hot patch trailer. And it's the oldest truck. It has no seats left in it. The ceiling's fallen down. Truck 17, we've put a ton of work into as well. These 3-yard dump trucks have DEF systems on them because they're diesel trucks, and they require a lot more maintenance than a regular 4x4 gas-powered pickup truck. And the older they get, the more maintenance they're going to need. So 17 was one of our older 3-yard dump trucks we were looking to exchange for a 4x4 F-250 or pickup truck.
What's in the budget is $215,000. That's just the capital cost to buy, the estimated capital cost. We can't estimate the value of these 4 trade-ins, but there's going to be a complimentary trade-in value to offset the cost of these, whatever it may be.
Okay. You had a light on?
Yeah, but he just answered it.
So-
Okay,
Go ahead.
so,
I did want to put in front of you something I'm proud of. Here you go with a 5-year capital improvement plan to look out. I don't think that's on the slide, Jack, but what time is it?
10:30.
But
30.
I think you all know how to 5-year capital improvement plan. You really narrow down your purchases, but you think ahead and see what you need and draw out into the years ahead. In the summary of this Excel spreadsheet on the last page summarizes total amounts coming out of each account for each year, what you're looking at. It summarizes the amounts on the roads here or sidewalk gaps. I think it's a very useful tool, and I just wanted to share with City Council.
Thank you.
That's a-
well.
That's a beautiful spreadsheet. I love me a spreadsheet, and that's a good one.
Can you do me a favor and put the headings on all the pages?
The header?
If I had more, if I would have known we weren't starting until 6:30, I probably could have printed it better, but I'm rushing.
Yeah,
This
Patrice.
is very easy to read, and this is exactly what I like to see.
Yeah.
It gives me I know these are projections, but it gives me an idea where we're heading, or where we
Make
need
sure everybody
to.
understand,
Yes.
all that in the front is just projections. It's the beginning of a 5-year budget to see where you're spending a lot of money at, what you don't have, what you do have. But it's a plan.
It's great. I mean, the spreadsheets, the flow charts, if we would have had a Venn diagram, it would have been the perfect trifecta of material. It's all been fantastic.
Well, I think we're doing, what, $16 million over 2 years in the industrial park. We're doing water main replacements. We're spending the most amount of money on capital improvements I think the city spent in the last 20 years, all at one time. So, a lot of work. And
Yes.
so, any other questions from council about our DPW operations? Mayor Pro Tem Sutherland.
I had one about the entry doors at the senior housing. How bad are they?
Because I'm thirsty, I'll defer to Joe again. He went out and looked at them for me.
Okay.
Yeah, the main entry doors, they're not closing properly anymore. They're having a tough time keeping them locked.
It poses a security risk.
Yes.
Are they ADA compliant?
That I do not know.
Okay.
I cannot answer that, but I don't know if you
I
know.
would suspect they are because they don't they have the push buttons to open them?
They do not,
not.
they do not have push buttons to open them at the senior housing.
And then you'd have to update those if you replace them.
And that-
You have to
that
make
was-
it ADA
so that-
compliant.
Yeah, so then is that included in the cost of replacing those, is to make sure that they are ADA compliant and/or have the push button? Because if we're going to do it, if they really need to be replaced, then we just need to do it.
Add that to the punch list.
One question, you mentioned last time, I think the last week, about park maintenance and checking bolts on our equipment. We put those in 2, 3, 4 years ago. We probably should have somebody out there checking those. That's a standard maintenance. Do we have the people to do that, or do you need a?
Currently, we do not have a certified playground inspector. We talked about putting some incentives into the Teamster contract for an individual who wants to get that certification.
Oh, she can't hear you, or he can't hear
It
you.
is in the contract currently.
The pesticide or the playground?
Playground safety.
Okay.
So I would like to see that. We spent a lot of money on that, and we don't need it, we need it to be safe, and we need it to be checked regularly. And then there was.
I think you, Mayor, was asking about at a previous meeting about the assessment of Fort Fraser.
Fort Fraser,
report.
yes.
I did reach back out to the Leathers and Associates, or whatever their name is, but that was a certified playground inspector that provided that report for you guys.
Okay. Okay. I don't know that I have that report anymore. Could it be forwarded to the council? Just so
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions tonight from DPW? Councilmember Odell.
Is it possible with the guys that mow the lawn that even though the middle baseball field is not used for leagues or anything like that, but to grade it so it's usable for people that just want to use it? Because it's pretty much unusable or very, it's almost dangerous even if someone wants to just play casual with their kid or something like that. But I think every so often it should be graded, and I want to say we have that equipment in the garage there, if I recall right. So, I mean, I know it's a little bit extra time, but if just a quick grade to make it.
Fortunately, we're one step ahead. I've talked to Chris, and we are going to recreate these fields. We're going to do what we can to repair the fences and make determinations if we should remove some pieces, but make the ball fields playable. One of the more difficult items might be the condition of the bleachers, but we're not playing games right now. If we can't fix the bleachers, we might have to remove them. But this spring, our Public Works Department's going to do this in-house and improve the conditions of the baseball fields.
I mean, I know they're in very, very poor condition, but if we can just make them where people can play casually on there, not for leagues or anything like that at this point, but until we make major improvements of whatever that turns out to be. But it should be usable for just general play.
And
Can I come back to council for a quick question? I try to prepare and put down the significant items that are in there are changes that are in the budget that cost a lot or different. But there's a minor item in here, and I just really want to get city council's opinion on, is doing maintenance to Fort Fraser, to paint that structure. Was that quote under 5,000, right? Or close to that. But for years, one thing that I think Fraser did extremely well is every other year they would paint or stain Fort Fraser, and it has not occurred in a long time. And I do know you are trying to come up with a plan, but in the meantime, you do have an investment that should be painted or figure out what you want to do with. And 99% sure we put a budget amount into this year's budget to paint this.
in the current year budget?
Yes.
Then you should probably move forward with that. Yeah, it's not coming down anytime soon, and we need to get another year out of it. I did have one question. I forget. Oh, the bleachers. They're in terrible condition. They're literally broken. The struts are or cross members are broken, and I've spent a lot of time out there in the last week, and they are not in great condition at all.
Yeah,
So
I think Councilmember Odell's point is, like, if we can just get the fields where they can play, these are not for parents and spectators coming, and if we assess it and cannot make safe repairs to the bleachers, we may just take them away, and it might not be a need there.
I don't know why you wouldn't anyway, because let's face it, number one, the bleachers aren't big enough to really house anybody. And secondarily, everybody brings their fold-up chairs with them now. Their camper chairs. Everybody does. Every event I've gone to, even when there's bleachers, even when there's room on the bleachers, people are not sitting on the bleachers because they are not comfortable. And everybody brings their camper chairs, and everybody's got their camper chairs all lined up in a little thing. I go see my nephew play ball all the time, and yeah, I would say if they are a danger to the public, get rid of them, recycle them, be done with them, and let's not even put it out there where we could have that kind of a lawsuit.
I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I was
Yes.
walking on them, and I can't believe how they were destroyed, so. Is that it for DPW? Any other departments?
No, that concludes it.
All right, we're going to open it up to citizen participation. We have 2 citizens. Anybody want to speak? Motion to adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I thank all of you for coming and sitting and preparing these budgets, though,
Great job.
Yes, thank you.
because I know that a lot of time you guys don't get credit for the work you guys do. So thank you to all the employees that work for the city, because it's not an easy job.
Yes. What she said. Thank you very much.
And happy Easter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Oh, aye. Meeting adjourned at 10:39 PM.